If you would. Please take the mic. Thank you for praying for us.
Epulekako. Dearest Heavenly Father, we thank you, Lord, for this day. We thank you for all the praises. We give you all the praises, Lord, from sun up to sundown, from east to west, Lord. We're giving you all of the praises today. Lord, we ask for any type of forgiveness for anything that we might say today that might offend anyone. Lord, we ask that what comes from our mouths, Lord, be pleasing unto you. Lord, we thank you for Prince Kuhio and his vision. We thank you for the commission and the work that they do, the employees that make it all come together. Lord, we also ask and thank you, Lord, for all of our lessees and our applicants who bring their concerns, and may we all find the solutions to things that they bring to the table. Lord, we ask for guidance and support. We thank you, Lord, for the rain today. It is sustenance to our Aina, which then sustains us. We thank you, Lord, for all of the provisions that you give to us today, tomorrow, always. And we ask, Lord, that for traveling mercies upon those who are on their way and when we leave today at the end of the day. All of these things, Lord, we ask in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. Thank you very much. The meeting of the Hawaiian Homes Commission is called to order. The meeting is being held live and in person at Halepono'i, DHHL Kapolei Office, 915420 Kapolei Parkway, Oahu, and virtually via Zoom. I'm Walter Kaneakua, Chair. Kali Watson has a cabinet meeting this morning and has asked me to fill in until he returns. Today's date is Wednesday, January 22nd, and the time is 9:52. And thank you so much for your patience as we were getting ourselves ready for the meeting. Leah, if you'll please call the roll.
Commissioner Freitas.
Here.
Commissioner Kalekini.
Aye.
Commissioner Kalepa.
Here.
Commissioner Lasua.
Here.
Joining us online. Commissioner Marfield. Ew. Commissioner Namu'o. Here. Commissioner Nevis.
Aye.
Commissioner Kaneakua.
Aye.
So we have 8 members present, noting Chair Watson's excusal until he returns from his cabinet meeting. We have a quorum.
Today's agenda will begin with testimony on agendized items. The J4 is what's on our agenda today, and it'll follow. It's the carryover. And then from G4. J agenda will follow that, and the commission will recess at noon for lunch and then reconvene afterwards. So if you have a choice of testifying on the G4 item. And so the first testifier, you can do it now or wait until the presentation. Norma Tanele. Just that. Would you like to do that now or after the presentation? Okay, thank you. RVL Benavides. After, okay. And Kopiolani Spencer. Kopiolani, would you
Hi.
like to?
Aloha mai kako.
Good morning. Would you like to give your testimony before or after the G4 presentation?
What is the
Okay.
difference?
No, your choice.
I think I'd like to give my testimony now, but
Okay.
am I still allowed the 10 minutes?
You're on the J agenda, and so you're allowed 3 minutes.
3 minutes, but I have an email specified by Leah that I had 10 minutes to do my testimony. So I prepared a 10-minute testimony. And since the other 2 before me are not on the testimony right now, is it okay if I go ahead?
Okay, no, we're not on the J agenda right now. We're on public testimony on agendized items.
Okay.
Are you testifying on G4 or are you testifying on item G4?
No,
Okay, so we'll come back to
I'm
you.
testing on the La'iopua.
Okay, we'll come back to you when we get to the J agenda.
Oh, the J agenda. Okay,
Yeah.
thank you, Leah. Okay, I
thank
understand.
you.
Mahalo.
Okay. G4 is for information only. It's the draft environmental assessment and anticipated findings of no significant impact for the DHHL Wākiu homestead development master plan. Hana, Maui, and it's track number 21-3-004, and presenting for the department this morning, Andrew Choi and Julie Cachola. Good morning and welcome.
Mahalo, Chair and Commissioners. Andrew Choi, Planning Program Manager. Item G4 for her information only, as Chair just said. We are presenting the draft environmental assessment for the Wākiu Master Plan. The Wākiu tract is in Hana and is one of our larger land holdings in East Maui. Next slide. So the purpose of today's presentation is to provide information on the master plan and the draft environmental assessment that was done to develop a homestead plan for this particular tract in East Maui. We wanted to update the commission and let them know that we will be preparing and publishing a public draft that will be subject to a 30-day comment period later this month. And then based on that, we will revise the draft environmental assessment to incorporate comments that were received, and also hope to come back to this commission in March or April for the commission's approval of the final environmental assessment and master plan for this particular tract. With me today, I have Julie Controlla, who is the lead planner on this particular project.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
As you recall, Wākiu is, we didn't have any Hawaiian homelands in our inventory with the passage of the act. So these lands came to our inventory in 1995 as part of the settlement with the state on outstanding claims. It's 4 parcels that are contiguous, so it's a nice big area to plan. The border on the top right is the road, is a Hana Highway, so it's accessible by road. And that orange lines in between, I just wanted to point out, that's a railroad right of way that we don't own, that we're trying to get access to, but it kind of cuts and bifurcates the parcel into 2 areas. But we have a nice contiguous, 656 acres. Go ahead. Hana community, just as a background, it's really a cultural kipuka where this community has been spared, from the rapid social and economic political changes that, other communities were subject to. And so Native Hawaiian traditional and customary practices still exist there. Land management practices, the cultural protocols are still there. Go ahead. Hana is a rural Hawaiian community. I looked up the US Census, and 52% of the population is Native Hawaiian, part Hawaiian. Subsistence hunting and fishing still exists. I looked up the census, and 43% of the Native Hawaiian population that lives in Hana are actually below the poverty line. So, they have to supplement with their subsistence activities. In last month, December 2024, the median listing price for a home in Hana was $1.72 million. That's what they're up against. So the limited supply of housing and the high cost of housing has resulted in multiple generations living under one roof in one house. We have overcrowded conditions. Many family members have actually had to leave Hana, and that's what they're all experiencing now. So this was brought up as part of the planning process, something that they really feel, that has affected their families. Usually when we are doing a master plan for a homestead community where we don't have an existing community, we are left to just work with individual beneficiaries. We hope that they will come to the planning sessions. But in this community, we were really lucky because there were a bunch of Native Hawaiian beneficiaries that actually felt that they needed to have some representation. So they formed the Wākiu Community Development Corporation. And in 2020, they became a 501c3 nonprofit organization. So they were already meeting as a board. And that was very fortunate for us because they, they helped to make sure that people attended the meeting. They helped us to set up the meeting. So that was very helpful. The CDC's mission is to empower Native Hawaiians in East Maui through teaching them about the act. And they assist in developing the community plan, which they did. All of their board members attended every session. And they advocate for the prioritization of East Maui residents to get Wākiu homestead leases. Okay, so let's talk about the project. The project had basically two parts. We had a master plan that was developed, and this is where we maximize the participation of beneficiaries, right? So we assessed existing conditions, we took out the hazard areas, and you kind of end up with a net developable area. And then you engage the community in saying, okay, what should we do with these areas? What kind of land uses would they prefer? What kind of homestead types would they prefer? Where should they be located? How they should be co-located? So, when we do master plans, that's the advantage that we have, is we can talk about other land uses, not just housing. Should we look at kupuna housing? Where should the parks be? Where should they be at the front, along the highway, or should we put it insulated by our community, so they can deal with those spatial relationships? And that's very helpful. So when they come out with a plan for the whole area, it's really a well thought out configuration of land uses. The second part is, once you get your master plan together, then you can do your EA. And this is required by law. As you know, we are considered state lands. There were state funds that are being used that already triggers 343. And 343 is simply a disclosure. It's a disclosure of impacts. And so we just need to say that we're going to do this, and these are the impacts we're going to have. And that's what the EA does. And that's subject to its own process. So that's the part two. Once we get the plan together, then we can do the EA. Go ahead. The next slide shows the general schedule. We started this project in November of 2022. We started working with the board there, and we had essentially 5 planning workshops, an intensive kind of charrette process that was entailed 3 planning workshops in the middle of the process there. And that's what I'll be covering. Let's see. Go ahead. As a Hawaiian planner, planning for Hawaiian communities, something that's very important for me was always about, how do we put our cultural layer down first? How do we include cultural considerations in the planning process? This is not really something they teach you in grad school, right? But how do we do this? So, we've talked with our consultants, and it happened that we found Edith Kanakaole Foundation had developed a process to look at this. It was very academically oriented, but it included the community. And here's basically what they do is they span all of the literature of oli, ka'au, which are like myths, fables, these sagas, ka'au and mele, for references to this place, to Wākiu specifically. They extract those stanzas, those parts of the oli or mele or ka'au, and they compile that together. And what we do is we put into the room our kupuna from the area, our resource managers from the area, fishermen, farmers, the people that actually know the lands. Because what these stanzas do is they give us a snapshot of how systems were in equilibrium, how systems were operating, natural systems were operating in that location. And so it's really good when we have now the current resource managers, current people that are knowledgeable about this resource on the table, and they're like, oh, that's the way it's supposed to have happened. Or we have this, but it doesn't do this. And they can see where the breakdown of the existing systems are. They can see, oh, management wise, now that makes sense for them. So we're giving them that information. It's really, if you have the right people in the room, I've done this process 3 times already in 3 different communities. And it's really special, the kind of information that you can yield from it. So finally, we found a way to lay a cultural foundation. And they, Edith Kanaka Ole Foundation emphasizes that the outcome of this is that the community identifies kapu, which are so sacred. It's like things that were in process hundreds of years ago, right? That maintains the systems that are so sacred that we have to maintain them now if we're going to survive in the future. If we're going to sustain ourselves, then we need to look at these systems because they're integral to sustainability in that place. That's kapu. There's also kanawai, which are laws. Those can change. Those are like, how do we deal with the kapu? How do we manage kapu? So go ahead, the next slide. So what it boils down to is after all of that analysis, let's see, 2 days of workshops, they get to their kapu. And it's very important. So this is the sacred lines that you don't want to cross that are the foundation of everything that follows. So one, start with the right top. The couple holds the genealogy and the passing down of knowledge is sacred. The passing of generational knowledge should not be hindered. This is kind of like about lineal descendants. On this side, ensure the constant and uninterrupted flow of natural waterways. Water is very important. Affirm the sacred identity of the pohaku. Pohaku is very prominent in this community. Affirms the sacredness of the natural cycles, cyclical, lunar, and seasonal changes. So these are like the 4 pinnacles of the kapu that they came up with. This is how they started their planning process and the cultural layer that they established first before they took a look at anything else. Go ahead. So now we're preparing for our planning workshop. We decided to invite all lessees and applicants that reside in haiku, that have the haiku or Hana zip code. And that's total was 277 people. So we opened the door to let all the beneficiaries in to participate in the planning process. At the same time, we started doing our technical studies, getting our baseline information. So topography, flora and fauna, this is all our work with our consultants, right? We assess site vulnerabilities, natural hazards, constraints. The archaeological literature review is conducted, a cultural impact assessment, right? Transportation assessment. Even the wildfire management organization did a wildfire assessment memo for us. So, and then not only did these technical studies were done, but they were also mapped. And that's important because when we get into the now we're going to go into our community planning workshops, the mapping component is a visual component. I'm gonna deviate here from the written document just to let you folks know, and I will tell you when we will return so we won't get mixed up. But I just wanted to take a little bit time because it was so important to emphasize the community planning aspect of this. And you can see, so this is the first community planning workshop we had. We're in Hana High School and elementary school cafeteria. And our workshops went from 10 to 2. They were long workshops and we fed them lunch. We had good lunch for everybody, but we worked them. And so the first workshop, they had to learn our planning system. They had to learn our land use designations, because if they're going to map them, what does that entail? And we shared with them what kind of information we already had from our studies. And we also did the visioning session there. So they broke up in small groups and they answered some questions. Go ahead. So this is, as you know, our land use designations. So we had to tell them, look, this is what you're going to ultimately be mapping. So get familiar with these categories. Go ahead. We had small groups and then we had report backs. The questions for visioning was, what do you envision for Wākiu in 10 to 20 years? What are the special qualities that you want to protect and preserve? What are your concerns about change? Go ahead. So if you remember, this is it's animated. Okay, the Canoe. So what we were able to do is take the 4 couple from the Honoi Iake process, and we kind of cast them as goals now. So now the plan has is introducing goals, and this is like the next level of working off the cultural layers. So the goals of perpetuating cultural practices, promoting connectivity, restoring the Aina, protecting natural resources, developing agriculture, and providing for lineal descendants. So these are goals that are extensions of that. Go ahead. The second planning workshop, we actually got into land use designs. I just want to show you, they're doing polling exercises. They actually had to vote on different land uses. They had to discuss their ideas and sell their ideas within their group, and then also present to the larger group. Go ahead. And they really did roll up their sleeves and work. And we were able to kind of combine. Go ahead. I just want you to see this kind of, you see the kind of different layouts. And so they had all have foam core boards that there were pieces, and they had to, that were to scale. So they would put it, when they put it down, they knew how much area that was occupying and how they wanted to configure it. And then they would present it to the group. Go ahead. This is, we just asked them specifically, like we drilled down on a specific land use. So this one was for non-homestead uses. What did they want to see? So 24 of them said community use, right? Community agriculture came up next, but these are all our land use designations that are not homestead. These are the community uses. If they've all wanted community uses, what kind of community uses? There's all kind of community uses. So kind of drilled down on that in terms of what kind of community uses. And then this is an example of the two scale blocks in terms of the land uses of agriculture, pastoral, subsistence ag. So they could play with different sizes of lots and how that would be configured. Go ahead. We even went into looking at different renditions of different land uses, how it would appear on the land. So we're really giving them a lot of tools at this point to really kind of work on these maps. Go ahead. I thought this was really important because when we look at our homestead uses, which are listed in the left-hand column, the question is, who's going to develop them? Who's going to build your residential house? Who's going to, what kind of qualifications do you need? So they understand when you put down a block for subsistence ag, what that means. When you put down a block for residential, that means you're asking lessees to be able to be pre-qualified for a home loan to buy that house, right? So these kind of things were worked out beyond just land uses. It was programmatically what was happening. What happened was they kind of presented for alternatives, and we realized that there are different configurations for Makai and different configurations for Mauka. So we took them apart so that they could vote for it. They could mix and match which one they wanted. Go ahead. And they did select, and this is the result. So now we will return back to our narrative. We'll pick that up. I just want to divert to really drill down on the community planning aspect of this. Actually, where the narrative picks up is on a chart, which is the next one. But I just wanted to say that this is the, oh, did I not do this right? Okay. It's hard to see, right? It's hard to read. So I did call out some other land uses so that you could see the more detailed ones where we're looking at how do these uses relate to each other, basically. And this is the, as you're going from the top left of the parcel, this is where you see the specific stuff, the specific land uses of school and community gardens integrated with residential homesteads and the subsistence ag. Going further down the road, you see how the kupuna, there's a place for kupuna housing. Sorry. There's, as you go further down the road, there's a location for kupuna housing, which they were very careful that they didn't want to access the highway. You have to go into the community to get to the kupuna housing. And it was nestled among other residential homesteads. Go ahead. This is further down the road. You see the Greenway Community Garden. There's industrial areas, and there's an area for, I think, the food truck part. You can't see the food trucks. And so you can see how that more of those community type land uses are being integrated along the road. They also included cemetery. I'm just calling it out because it's so hard to read. Go ahead. And this is, you kind of see how it configures along that road on the top. Go ahead. We also did show them the different kind of visuals. We wanted to see them visuals of like, so they can kind of look at what the land uses they're programming. Go ahead. Subsistence agriculture, what they could do in 1 acre. All these things can be done in 1 acre. Because we wanted them to really look, because they're gonna, if not go 3 acres, 3 acres. Like, is that necessary? You can do a lot with 1 acre. Go ahead. Yeah, this is just the, oh, this is promoting connectivity. Oh. Yeah, go ahead. These are just different representations of this. Okay, this is the the breakdown of the uses. 32 subsistence ag, 1 acre parcels. Go ahead. 33 3-acre parcels for subsistence ag. 31 kuleana. And that's very interesting because usually we have a kuleana homestead is a whole homestead, but this one, they heard about kuleana and they said, do we want some parcels to be kuleana? And so they included it in their master plan. Pastoral uses are up Mauka, away from the road, away from the houses. And kupuna housing is more close, right down that right-hand corner. Go ahead. And they have 178 homestead lots. That's the yellow, I believe. And then you can see the other non-homestead uses that were integrated, a community pasture, kupuna housing, commercial, industrial, greenway parks. The hala forests are the big yellow areas or kind of light colored areas in the middle. Those are existing hala forests that we wanted to protect, and also on the bottom, yeah, the 3 areas. So those are conservation lands. They wanted to integrate a charter school and also a community cemetery. So those are the land uses, and that's represented on the chart here. And we're now returned back to our narrative.
Yeah, so this map just kind of shows you where the existing hala forests are. It was, as Julie emphasized, the community really valued these resources and wanted to make sure that they were preserved as part of the homestead development. So we took that to heart and we carved out spaces to make sure that these existing hala forests are preserved for future uses. Next slide. And there you can see where the plan calls for preservation of these groves of hala, so that beneficiaries and future generations of homesteaders can utilize and malama these resources. Next slide. That is the highway. Those are the internal roads. More internal roads.
It's a dirt road for subsistence.
Lots of animation. And then this just kind of illustrates the phasing that was envisioned for this project. Obviously, we may not be able to develop this homestead in one tranche because of availability of financial resources. So we phased out the project based on this. Primarily, the first phase would be the Kuleana homestead lots, as it would require minimal infrastructure improvement. And the Kuleana homesteading program was designed to, the purpose of it was to make sure that the department could settle beneficiaries on the land quicker in return for, or in exchange for minimal infrastructure improvements. As we get to the other types of homesteads, it will take a little while longer, not a little while, but substantively longer for the department to make those homesteads, as it will require infrastructure improvements. Next slide. Next slide. As Julie had mentioned, this planning process was very bottom up versus the traditional developer where, you know, you're top down, you you assume what people want. So we really wanted to make this a bottom-up, community first, planning effort. In addition to taking community input, the planning process also evaluated the following factors that we'll quickly go through. This was also evaluated during the environmental assessment. So we looked at the natural hazard risks at the property. The property is not in a flooding zone or the tsunami zone, so that was good. The property is subject to wildfire, though it is on the windward side of the island with lots of rainfall. There is still the threat of wildfire, especially with climate change and as our climate gets drier and less frequent rain is expected in the future. So we did work with the Hawaii Wildfire Management Organization to develop a series of wildfire mitigation measures that are more fully discussed in the draft environmental assessment. Next slide. We looked at the natural and cultural resources on the property. Like I mentioned earlier, the Hala Forest was one of the special and unique properties of this particular tract. And we would like to, based on community and beneficiary input, like to preserve those areas as part of the master plan. There were other native species that were discovered during the botanical survey on the property, but none of those species are considered endangered or threatened. Go back. Thank you. In addition, we looked at, we did a brief archaeological assessment of the property, which was kind of just a surface survey of the property. Much of the property was forested and densely vegetated, which prevented the archaeologists from actually walking over much of the properties. And just going back to one of the public testimonies yesterday from Ohalani Smith, who shared support for homesteading in there, but not at the expense of cultural resources being impacted negatively. So one of the recommendations in the environmental assessment is that as we start to do development, as we start to construct in phases, that the department prepares an archaeological inventory survey plan in accordance with SHPD. The plan should tell us where we should survey, the intensity of the testing that we should do, and the methods that would be acceptable to that particular area. So the archaeological inventory survey plan is meant to maximize the department's resources by working with SHPD. SHPD will tell us where we have to survey based on our plans to develop, and where survey may not be necessary, like in the Hala Forest, where we don't intend to develop and preserve as is. Next slide. Just going to go over infrastructure on the property. So existing infrastructure, we're blessed that there is an existing Department of Water Services, county water service on the property near the where we plan to put homesteads. The existing well, the existing county well, it has enough capacity to provide water to the entire development. However, it's at a lower elevation, so we could service all of the homestead lots below the 320-foot elevation without much improvement to the county system. But all lots above that elevation, the department, in partnership with the county, will have to make improvements to the existing system by installing storage tank more up Malka and a booster pump to pump water from the existing well to the higher elevation storage tank, and then gravity flow it down to the higher elevation lots. Yeah, thank you. The blue line illustrates the 325-foot elevation. Next slide. So this slide just kind of summarizes the anticipated water demand, both potable and non-potable, for the build out. Much of the non-potable would be for agriculture. Next slide. And this slide just kind of shows you that because Hana is a rural area, we wouldn't be building urban standard streets. We'd be looking at rural type of roads, and we would build those rural roads in accordance to the Maui County Code. Next slide. So wastewater. One important thing that we'd like to highlight to the commission is that while it is a blessing to have a well source close to the property, it does create a constraint with regards to wastewater. We will not be able to have individual wastewater systems on all of the homestead lots in the property because of the well location. We want to make sure that we protect that water source and that we don't do anything to contaminate it. So we will not be able to do individual wastewater systems throughout the entire property. And so the plan is to look at and investigate the feasibility of a package or small scale wastewater treatment plant that would service the homestead area. Preliminary conversations with the county, they do not intend to expand their municipal wastewater system to our site. So that leaves us with the option of looking at our own package wastewater treatment plant to treat wastewater and effluent. Next slide. And then lastly, the environmental assessment has the agency or the decision-making body declare whether or not there's a finding of no significant impact. That decision is based on 13 criteria of significance that are articulated in the Hawaii administrative rules. And this is just a summary of what those 13 criteria of significance are that the commission will have to consider when we take the final environmental assessment to you folks for your decision-making later on. And then lastly, we talked about this at the beginning of the presentation, but this is the project schedule for the planning phase of this homestead development that is remaining. Subsequent design and construction actions by our land development division is subject to receiving sufficient funding for the future phases of this project. Any questions?
Any-
Chair,
Go ahead.
yes, Andrew, just for my interest, I noticed that you had areas where wildfire is concerned. What about home fires and hydrants? Are they going to be installed in those areas?
Oh, thank you for that question, Commissioner Lasula. Yes, fire flow was one of the water uses that was anticipated as part of the development plan. Water will be made available for fire mitigation. And actually one of the threats of wildfire is actually, man-made fire. So fire mitigation and water to be used for that mitigation was anticipated. I'm not sure if anyone from the consulting team is on right now and could speak a little bit more about the specific fire mitigation measures, but water use for fire prevention was one of the water demand uses that we incorporated into our total water demand calculation.
Also, in regards to that, what's the closest fire department location? Do you know?
There is a fire station in Hana. Off the top of my head, I don't recall the distance from our tract. But there is one station in Hana.
It's probably about 2 miles away.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Andrew.
Commissioner Nevis,
Sure.
you had some.
Yeah, so first of all, I like the process, the Honuekea process with the Edith Kanakaole Foundation. I think it's great. I'd like to see more of that process used, especially in our rural areas, in Kauai. We're now fighting back to try to get some of those areas that we should have addressed years and years ago. Unfortunately, years and years ago, we had a different concept about what could we build, what, you know, where's all of our entities that we can make money off of and so on and so forth. We forgot about our culture. I like the fact that we use that in this. I know it's a different community because they didn't have this land, but I'd like to take us back to that, especially in our rural areas here, especially I'm speaking for Kauai specifically, but for any island that still has rural capacity, to look back at all these cultural sites that we need to protect. And I think that was really important. The other thing is in relation to the fires, if Kuleana is going to be the first phase, is there going to be, Kuleana is basically, we don't use a lot of infrastructure, just put in roads. But I think in that case with the Kuleana, we don't want to burn down our first phase, is that we should provide some kind of water resource for fire protection in that area. At least standpipes to a standard that the fire department can use. The other thing is the non-potable water is that's not R1 water. That's just, is that just natural water?
Currently it would be natural water and not recycled water because there is no wastewater treatment plant that does R1 in the region right now.
Okay, on the wastewater system, the small scale wastewater, how many homes, what size unit, how many homes would that cover? I'm sorry, I'm not screaming loud enough. So on the wastewater system, we're looking at some of that in Kauai and the Louis project as well. I believe the systems there cover about 140 homes. I think they run about $1 million or something like that. But anyway, do we know how many systems we're gonna need and what size and how many homes that'll cover?
I will defer that question to the consultants that are online about how many homes a packaged wastewater system can accommodate.
Hi, everyone. My name is Ryan Char with G70. We're the consulting engineer and a planning firm who prepared the environmental assessment. Yeah, I mean, the package systems can handle a multiple level design of a number of homes, but I think to kind of clarify, I think our goal would be that most of the residential and sub-ag areas would be able to handle wastewater through an individual wastewater system. The lots are 1 acre or greater in size, so there's definitely the land area available for individual wastewater systems. Where the packaged wastewater system kind of comes into play possibly is where the density of the units comes in higher than what DOH regulations allow. And this is particularly in the kupuna housing identified in this plan. There were up to 60 potential units, and that's even, that number is still kind of just a estimate in what kind of density we would see in the kupuna housing land use in this area. But in that 60 unit complex in just probably around 6 acres, we think the density may be a little too high for DOH to allow an individual wastewater system. So that's kind of where the package treatment system may come into play.
Okay, so I guess my other question or maybe recommendation is that maybe look at the kupuna housing and relocating an area that we won't need that system. That could save us a lot of money and could actually help expedite the program so we don't have to put in a package system. So we put it in an area that maybe just realign the plan, put it in an area so that we don't have to spend that kind of money and we can still move the program along without spending that exact fund. And it's really up to community, but they need to understand that if we leave it where it's at, there could be a potential that, it may be too many systems to try to keep it running. So it could save us some money and move us in the right direction. But anyway, I like the approach. I would like to see that approach applied, especially on the island of Kauai, because we still have a lot of rural areas and a lot of areas we need to protect culturally. And I like that approach. I'm very happy with that. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, I'd like to say, thank you for doing this. Number one is I know how engaged that community is. They're very engaged in the process of anything that happens in that community. And, it's really nice to see that the community is providing the input, and the success of this program is what the community puts into this. And I just want to commend you for believing in that, believing in this concept of keeping our communities intact. That's one place that I know needs to stay intact. So I commend you and thank you for your guys' efforts. Thank you very much.
I only Edith Kanakaole Foundation process. Is this the first time we've used? I know we utilizing the process itself. Because all our communities are Hawaiian.
Yeah.
Thank you.
We're getting better at it. And
Yeah.
it really is a function of who we make sure we have the right people in the room that can speak to it.
Yes,
that-
it's impressive that you had a lot of people
Mhm.
involved. I have members who are on HANA, and they are very culturally relevant in all that they do.
That's right.
Thank you.
I have one more comment. In the workshop, for January 28th and, the share out on the 13th, is that with the HANA community?
Yes. Well, our HANA beneficiaries.
Yeah, HANA beneficiaries. Is that gonna be in HANA?
Oh, sorry. Not the
I
old
see
one. You're
planning
saying the new
workshop
one.
number 3 that already happened on 24th. When are you guys gonna present this back to the community? You guys planning for something like that?
We did a share out presentation
Mm.
already, so they saw the whole
The plan,
plan.
okay. got it.
We're just opening the draft environmental assessment for public comments now.
So, yeah, just to clarify the process, Commissioner, we did share out this plan to the community along with the information that we shared with you today. And then after that, we moved towards the environmental assessment phase of the planning process, where we started to consult, in addition to with our beneficiaries, but with the agencies that that may provide us with infrastructure and other neighboring landowners, just to make sure that they're aware that we're doing this plan. So as we moved into the draft environmental assessment phase, which we're in now, we are collecting other public comments to inform this plan. But the information that we shared with you today was shared at the April 13th, 2024 meeting.
Thank you.
Anyone else on the commission side? No, not at this time. Okay, thank you very much. It was very thorough. We appreciate that. So thank you for your work. And if you'll stand by, we have public testimony on this G4 item. So Norma Tanele on G4. Morning.
Good morning.
Thank you all for being here. I watch you sometimes on public television. I think you're all great, popular. But anyway, I want to say, and the reason why I'm here today is because I'll just read the top of this Nanakuli Waianae residential vacant lot offer, just the top of that. Let you know who I am and why I'm here. I'm Norma Nawa'a Tanele, and I had a lot 106B, further known as 89-316A Pua Avenue. This is in Nanakuli subdivision, first series, the property Nanakuli, Waianae, Island of Oahu, State of Hawaii. The TMK number is 189005088. So that was a property that was given to me by the HHL on March the 12th, 2020, at the Department of Homeland. I understand this is a residential lot selection is made in order according to the original application date on the waiting list among the Oahu Island wide applicants for the Nanakuli Waianae vacant lot offer. Okay. Good thing I got my things in order. Sorry. Okay. I had a pre-qualification letter within 14 calendar days from the date of the loan application, which is no later than April 6, 2020. And I was to get a written loan approval within 180 calendar days from the date of the loan application for this property, which was no later than September 19, 2020. I was unable to meet the deadline stated above. The department can cancel the agreement in accordance with the terms that were set forth in paragraph 2 in this August 2020. And sorry. Okay. So to Department of Homeland, Hawaiian Homeland Director Colleen Watson. Okay. Okay. And the governor's elected chairman, director, and commissioners of DHHL. I was an applicant, and now I'm a beneficiary, and now I'm a waitlister. Isn't here?
No, you did this.
Okay. So during this transaction, it was a time of tragedy for me and my family, because I was diagnosed with cancer and I'm still undergoing treatment. I was also forced for a moment where COVID had basically stopped the world from being able to do any kind of business. In other words, after being referred to Home Street Bank, no one was able to help me with financial assistance. So is there? Okay, I'm coming to the end now. In closing, I cannot be angry at this stage in my life because I need my energy to stay well. Therefore, as an applicant, beneficiary, and waitlister, all I'm requesting is to be placed in a turnkey home in Kapolei. My days are numbered, and my wish is to have that opportunity to have a home before it's too late. Sincerely, Norma Nawa'a Taneli. Thank you very much for listening.
Okay, thank you very much. And Juan Garcia is outside, and you might be able to chat with him. We have selections that are going to be coming up for the Kapolei area. And so, thank you.
Thank you too. Thank you,
Thank you.
everyone.
And for the greater audience, we're accepting testimony on G4. So if we call your name and you're not testifying on G4, we'll wait for the J agenda if you're listed there. So, RVL Benavides, your testimony's on G4?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
And I was kind of a bit confused when that took place, but anyways. Aloha, Ariela Kelly Benavides, Lisi for her Nanakuli Hawaiian homestead. However, we do have property out at Maui. And so what I did not hear, or maybe I was not privy to information, was the inundated traffic. With this taking place, how are you folks dealing or going to deal with traffic? Tourists alone takes it all up. And it's, you know, with our ohana, every time we go to visit, they're complaining about Oh my gosh, there goes the tourists. Oh my gosh. So now they have to leave like 4 in the morning, 3 in the morning just to get out. So now with having this beautiful community, and I commend you folks, on paper, it looks fabulous. But then with the smart city coming out, with our Lahaina being burnt, how come this couldn't be implemented at Lahaina? You know, for our people over there first. And then furthermore, I keep hearing beneficiaries from Hana. Why only Hana? When there's so many of our people, example, Anake, who just came on the waiting list. So why only Hana? Water pressure. Where you guys getting the water from? I know the mountains are capped. I know local people go up there, bust the cap, whatever they got, because their water pressure is not okay. So where you guys getting all that water for this development, yet all the other people in Kawaloa, Kipohulu, Kaupo, struggling with their water, especially when there's another individual that comes, put infrastructure onto their property, and I'm speaking through experience, because then we lose water pressure. And then we got to reroute. So, like I said, this is fabulous, beautiful, great. I'm reading all on paper. The amount of people that came out, I commend you folks for how you got them out there. How many of them do? And then where's the Hawaiian language in all this? I never hear nothing about that. The Hawaiian community, 52%. What consensus did you use? There's more. There's more out there. You all gotta go look and go find them, because this ain't it. I'm pretty sure got half of my ohana that didn't even hear or see this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Home Shida. Auntie Home, and while we're waiting for her, Aloha Smith online.
Aloha, Chair and Commissioner. Thank you for having me again. But I did make some notations, and again, I do want to say that I have been waiting on for 30 years. I'm a waitlister myself. Never did share that, but first of all, I wanted to say let me see. Okay, this was a time-consuming process for all of us in Hana, the East End, and we're excited at this point, but let it be known that it was hard work. For instance, the Edith Kanakaole program was very empowering. It made us think deep. Our thoughts were like, wow, we had to pull everything out of the hat type of deal. But it brought the smarts up, and the information actually started to flow naturally because we all Kanaka, yeah. So we appreciated that. I want to go into the Lahala Forest. Thank you for the space that is in the plan, because Hana is the place for the largest hala grove, yeah. And so the community thinks very fondly of that. Our wastewater package, Wākiu CDC has been working with the community's organizations, and at one point we were trying to get something done for a grant that was coming down the pike with the Maui Nui Makai Network, TNC, and other organizations, but the deadline, it came too soon. So we were working on that. So it's really nice to hear that we have a package that is pretty much planned for that. We are working as far as getting a Firewise program workshop for the community, since we had our DHHL event there in Oahu at the airport. It brought to light the need for us in Hana to, of course, we're so tropical, but you know, hello, it's getting dry, and we got to think, you know, what we're going to do in the near future. So that is in the works. Also, I wanted to answer the traffic issue. Our family is down at Honokalani, and we've been consulting with the state Park and Recreation. And, you know, it came to the point of shutting down the Honokalani Road. And so we had so much meetings, and right now I can actually say that the Department of Transportation and the Parks and Recreation is creating another route, they're installing another road that'll go from, yeah, no, I'm not gonna go into details, but you go down towards Hana, and then there's gonna be a turn, and after Honokalani Road, it'll come down and meet into the cabins. So that is really great because it'll take the impact off of us too, yeah, from the Wākiu and the Mauka side. So that is in the works. And let's see, what else do I have? I just want to say thank you so much for the hard work. The meetings we've had, it was extensive, I gotta say. We've been having so much meetings, but that's because we got the community to come out, and not the same persons always came, you know, you always had the new ones that was curious and came to know, and then they got down and deep with the pencil too, yeah, in the planning process. But anyway, mahalo to G70, Andrew and Julie, the planning department staff, our fellow beneficiaries, and the chair and commissioners. Thank you so much, you guys. We mahalo you guys. Mahalo and
Thank you
aloha.
for your testimony. Aloha lani. Mahalo. Auntie Homie, please.
Good morning, Vice Chair and Commissioners. Mahalo for this moment. I just wanted to take this time to thank Andrew and Julie for this awesome presentation. Julie, I know that your dad would be very proud of you. But this, commissioners, is how our lands should be looked at for development. This and what has been done is how we should be developing our land. For many years, this is what we were given, pick a lot. But to have the Hana community involved with the history that they have, it is critical, because like their kupunas, our kupunas are gone. We don't have that knowledge of the place. I've had to learn about this place that I live in, Kapolei. I am from Neneu in Waianae. I know that place. But to see this plan and to have the beneficiaries in Hana participate, this not only is important, but it does and will save the department hundreds of thousands of dollars. And you will not have to deal with the after effects, because if this is what people there want and this is what they get, they will malama, because they had a hand in this. And they will teach their children and the generations after them to respect their decisions and to take care. So mahalo, mahalo for your work. And again, Julie, I know your dad would be proud. Mahalo.
Thank you. Next testifier on G4, Mapuana Tector. Aloha.
Aloha, everyone. I'm Mapuana Tector, born and raised on Homestead, Nanakuli. My dad is from Kipohulu, so dear to our hearts. And thank you for everything that you guys have put out. Mahalo, Julie, Andrew. I was able to work on other projects with her and try to have our input from Nanakuli on things that could have a positive impact for our Native Hawaiians. Be it 0.001% up until 100%. And my question is the cemetery. 1 acre is not enough because of the experience with Nanakuli. Right now, it's under a moratorium because we've overbuilt already. We've reached capacity. Is it, please put in place, if it's for the people living on the homestead, but like Nanakuli, as long as you were Native Hawaiian, you can be buried. I don't want to restrict anything from anybody or strip that. I think the government already has done that. So please consider that 1 acre. If it's for the homestead, then I think it's doable. But if it's for all Native Hawaiians on the island, then you may have to give the cemetery a bigger portion than 1 acre. Thank you.
Thank you. Kapua. Come on. Oh.
Aloha kakahiaka kako o wau kapua kili iko a kamai. No ka aina o pula pula ka awawa wainai mai au.
Aloha.
This is an awesome, awesome project. The process, the layout was great. Like Tita said, I hope this will be the process moving forward. You know, because we have lands and because we're in this time of such development, I hope we could incorporate it. I do notice, you know, obviously that this goes back to the agreement back in 1995. And I didn't get a chance to open up the link, but I think what would have been nice for the proposal to have included was a timeline. You know, because you folks mentioned back in, I think, 1920, the community had already organized 2022. So I'm not sure if maybe our department was already reaching out to them that far back, but I think it's important for lessees, for beneficiaries to see how much time and an investment is put into our communities so that they know that what they get wasn't just thrown out to them. Like in the past, Tita said, choose a lot. That's what we had. And then we had to fight for everything else that we wanted. But when it's pre-planned, because that's what the intended residents are going to have, they will definitely malama it. It will be a womb to tomb for some people. For my babies and their babies, it's a womb to tomb. And for us, a cemetery is good, but our land, which is so limited, although we have over 203,000 acres plus more that's being donated and added to the inventory, we don't have enough land for proper cemetery burials. So for Waianae Valley, I'm hoping to one day start a crematorium up there because we have a lot of valley space. We actually have enough space to do it in a cultural manner. So I was glad to hear that you folks had the thoughts of a cemetery, and maybe they might also want to consider something like a crematorium. Jay, aloha lani. So if you folks haven't already, but it's just really awesome. I also was thinking about the fire, you know, and how we're going to help our Kuleana folks. So I'm glad to see that we have roads, and hopefully that those roads will have those water pipes, because without the water pipes, it's going to be hard to fight them. And I was even thinking about if the water was already factored in to fight the fires. And thank you for answering and for already figuring that out, Andrew. So, I mean, there's so much details that we don't even fathom until you hear the answer or you hear the question and then comes the answer. And if it's not there, then it's forthcoming because somebody had the forethought to think about something that we might have overlooked. Yeah, I just hope that this is a new platform, the new method in the future, which will take years. And so we need to build up our staffing in all of the various departments. Mahalo nui.
Thank you, Kapua.
Thank you.
Evelyn McBrayer. Evelyn, welcome.
Mahalo Chair, Evelyn McBrayer from Cowpale Homestead. And I just want to thank Andrew and Julie for such a wonderful, project of how they did it, because, it makes us of the newer communities, even if I'm 18 years, the process of what it does to develop. And this is what it looks like at a seat at the table for beneficiaries in development. My grandparents, Kamalahu is from Hana Maui and Lupakun. And so I come from, my ohana still lives there, and it's an interest to me and see how the development, because it's very rural. But to see the layout of what they did, I find that this is the template of the future of homestead building. You cannot build without us, and they cannot build without us. And when I look at it, it makes me very happy, because when we think of development, especially in Kapolei, you just think of housing development, but it's more. When I look at of how they did it, it is so well planned, from the subsistence of homesteads, residential, the Kuleana, the Kapuna housing, commercial, industrial, Greenway Park, Hala Forest, the Charter School and Cemetery. This is a very thought out process, but not just as a process of developers and engineers and architects of the community. And I look at this as the future, because Kapolei is one of the growing communities that are going to have development, as well as Maui. And on the Shaw Mokopui of Maui, Lanai, and Oahu, this is something that we talk about. We need to be at the seat of the table. You cannot do it without us. And I appreciate DHHL doing this. I mean, I look at this as a template when we want to develop in our Kapolei. And I thank you and the Department of Planning to be more engaged. And this is the new century of the way it should have been built from day one. So thank you. And I hope that now, as we move forward in any development, it would engage with community in any development, rural or in more of, urban area. So mahalo.
Thank you very much. That ends the testimony for G4, for Andrew, and obviously Ms. Cachola. Very well done. You've heard from the commissioner, you've heard from commission, you've heard from the testifiers. An excellent, excellent, excellent presentation, and a template that I know, Andrew, you and Julie will make sure we use in future planning. So thank you very much. Congratulations on a successful presentation. We are going to take a 5-minute break, and then following that, we are going to go to the J agenda, and we will listen to valuable testimony given by the people that have registered. And when we return, we'll begin with the J agenda. So we'll take 5 minutes and then reconvene. Ladies and gents, thanks for your patience and welcome back from our 5-minute break. So to ensure that we can accommodate all the testimonies, because we've got about 3 hours worth of testimony and we have a lunch hour that we're going to take. But to ensure that we get everybody in here, we ask that each of you be concise and be efficient with your remarks as much as possible. We're going to limit everyone's remarks to 10 minutes, and we're going to give the obnoxious 9-minute buzzer so that you know that you have 1 minute to conclude. And we appreciate everybody being kind and respectful to each other. Thank you for your understanding, and we'll get going with our J testimony now. And we will adjourn. We'll adjourn at noon, plus or minus a minute or so. So first person registered on J agenda, Auntie Jen Kalepa.
Keep thinking we're in 2024.
And we ask that you speak into the mic for all the people that are joining us online.
Aloha, everybody. Jan Makepa with Waianae Valley Homestead Community Association. I am their president. Disclaimer, the position that I hold, I've only held it for a year, so all of this with the park is still a learning process. The info that I portray is my understanding, but I am open to being corrected. So again, I am from Waianae Valley, and this is in regards to Kaupuni Neighborhood Park Master Plan. Next slide. So Kaupuni Neighborhood Park is located in the community of Waianae Valley Homestead. It's 7.505 acres, and it is owned by the Department of Hawaiian Homelands, and it is maintained by the City and County of Honolulu's Department of Parks and Recreation. Next slide. The park itself, this is what it looks like. We have had some improvements, and we're currently asking to have a playground installed. Next slide. So yesterday's testimony was in support for the city and county taking over the park. So the plans for the park actually started in 2002. And so this letter is the final environmental assessment and findings that allowed the phases of work to go through. So the FEA report is 149 pages long. And I did email them to Leah if you folks, wanted a copy of it and review it at your convenience. Next slide. So creating the master plan began in 2002, and it was completed in 2003. So about 23, 24 years ago, respectively. So some of the excerpts from this 2003 report has been used for the purpose of highlighting important information to update the commission on the progress or lack thereof of the Kaupuni Neighborhood Park Master Plan. Some of the stakeholders at the time of the creation of this plan are no longer with us, while some are, and I'm sure would like to see this plan through fruition. Over the years, our association residents have made mention of Kaupuni Park and its plans to pass chairs and commissioners. And now again, we bring this to the forefront in the hopes that we as a Kako collective can finally complete what was started so long ago. Our association realizes it takes time, processes, and protocols to complete each task. I pray that we are all, and me included, very much so, still here to see it to finality. So the purpose and the need of the project was originally developed in 1976 as a multi-use field space. It had a comfort station and a tot lot, also known as a playground. At that time, planned improvements also included a basketball and a volleyball court and extensive landscaping. However, the park itself had deficiencies in its facilities, and it was proposed development for a new recreational facility to increase the value of the park as a community resource. So some of the existing deficiencies are described in the next slides. So listed in 2002's deficiencies in a nutshell, this was our playing field divided into 3 main areas separated by grade changes. Next slide. Our comfort station is in disrepair. Security and vandalism was due to poor lighting. The covered pavilion on the Makaha side of the comfort station is blocked by the bathroom and cannot be seen from Kaneaki Street. So a lot of things happen back there where we can't see. The Keiki lot, which is what is showing here, is adjacent to Kaneaki Street. It was separated by a 48-inch chain link fence. In 2002, the elevated structure was somewhat good condition, but not ADA compliant. And it was fully exposed to the sun with no shade or shelter. And not long after this photo, the apparatus was removed, and but the padding remains. So since that time, we've had no playground. Landscaping was extremely limited. So you can see a couple of the trees there. They were small, but now they're big, and they were poorly irrigated at the time. So the irrigation system was vandalized. Sprinkler components were stolen. It stayed broken because of the frequency and city maintenance competing priorities. So the items in no particular order included in the master plan that were to be done in the phases, field improvements, drainage. The barrier post was just completed last year. Retaining fence wall with concrete stairs was completed. Security fence along Kaupuni Stream, that is important in helping us with the homeless situation. We also requested for a pedestrian pathway, nighttime lighting throughout the park. Our basketball court was completed. We're still waiting on our volleyball court, our t-ball field, recreation center, parking lot, and we're currently working on our playground apparatus. Next. This is what the plans had looked like back in 2022. So if you're looking at everything in yellow, that was the first phase that was completed. So we have our basketball court, we have our retaining wall, we have our sidewalk, and in the front on Kaneaki, we also have another retaining wall there. Next. So this one here, if you're looking at it, from top view, this one includes our rec center, our community center, based on 5,000 square feet. However, on the 5,000 square feet community center, it also includes a 39 stall parking lot. Next. On this one, it pretty much looks exactly like the one before it, but it's a 10,000 square feet community center, which is 2 stories, and it has 61 parking stalls. The difference with this one is the existing comfort station would then be taken away to make room for more parking stalls. Next. Construction began around 2011 on phase 1, retaining walls, fence, sidewalk, stairs, and basketball courts. So this is all of the construction work that was done in 2011. Next. Please note, though these deficiencies were back in 2002, and many of the key items listed in the master plan are still incomplete, upgrades that were completed in phase 1 have made a significant impact on the appearance and use of our park. The park has a basketball court with lighting that was recently resurfaced on the lower Makai side of Kaupuni. And you can see that in the pictures here. Next. The retaining wall with a chain link fence above separates the Mauka from the Makai sides of the park, where there is a noticeable grade difference. In the center here, you can see the length of the retaining wall and a semi-amphitheater shaped concrete stairs and sidewalk, which I think really brings out the beauty in our park. It was built to access the higher grade playing field and the lower grade basketball court and comfort station area. The barrier post, which is not posted here, was installed along Kaneaki Street to deter vehicles from driving and parking on the grass. However, ATVs, motorbikes, mopeds, and e-bikes still operate on the park's grass area and basketball court. This is again the top view. Everything in red was done on the first phase. So all of that area was done on the first phase. So city and county maintenance, the Parks and Recreation has and continues to do a great job in the maintenance of our park. Irrigation to the fields are done regularly. Cleaning and maintenance of the comfort station are done regularly. Trash bins are removed, trash is removed. The grass is cut on a regular basis. Families use the park to host parties almost every weekend. And our Homestead Association has agreed to adopt Kaupuni Park in the city's Adopt a Park program to be a partnering entity with the city and county. Kaupuni Park now looks a lot better than Kaupuni Park then. The few trees are huge and shady, and the association
That's 1 minute. You
Okay.
got 1 minute.
has hosted a myriad of small events, and here are some of the events hosted at Kaupuni Park. Next, we've had Olelo, Papa Olelo classes in the park. Next, we Easter morning prayer. We enjoy sunsets in the valley. Next, we've had movie nights with hot cocoa bars. Next, we've also done La Kuhio in our park. During COVID, we did a Christmas drive-through, and we also did grab and go meals. We like being Kanaka in our park. Next, and this was done out of the tragedy of violence. We had the cops come up and serve ice cream and meals, and we had different vendors come up to get the kids signed up for different programs. So the city has allocated $100,000 for planning and design of our playground. We stay engaged to ensure the monies are spent as directed. We then go back to the city to request funding for construction. And we realize the enormity of this project, and we're humbled by the many supporters wanting to help with our parks projects. We mahalo everyone for the show of aloha, and we'll reach out to those who kako'o our efforts. Mahalo.
Thank you for your update.
Oh, closing, the paper that I had given out basically says there are 4 phases. We've completed phase 1, and Kalamai, the other phases are listed.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Any questions? No?
Thank you. We like to see what's going on in the neighborhoods. Thank you, Auntie Jen. Next testifier, Kapiolani Spencer. For G agenda?
J.
Oh, you can make a 3-minute commentary. Okay.
Aloha Kapua, Waianae Valley Homestead. I just wanted to add a suggestion that Homelani had just made, is that if it's not too late, if you could include in the license some of the documentation, the presentation that Jan had just shared with us, to encourage the city and county of Honolulu to help us to continue developing our park. You know, just like how we had talked about the department, you know, coming in with some funds to help us with the further development. I think it's very likely that if we include it in the narrative, in the language for that licensure, that it would also help us to move along as well. Even if it means just to have somebody assigned and working with us so that we don't have to chase different people all the time.
Yes.
Mahalo.
Excellent suggestion. Thank you. Next testifier, Kapiolani Spencer. Online. Kapiolani, we're looking for you online. Okay. We'll go to the next one and we'll come back to you. Jermaine Myers. Okay. Can't find Jermaine either.
Are they?
Oh, Kapiolani.
Okay, hi.
I
Gotta go start my video. Yes. Is it okay for me to start my testimony?
Yes. Yes, we're gonna give you a 9-minute notice.
Okay, so I'm gonna go through this really quickly.
Okay.
Aloha, okay, wait. Hold on. Kalamai. Aloha mai kako o Kapilani Spencer ko'u inoa. Noho au e villages of La'iopua Akau 4, phase 1. So when I refer to the village of La'iopua Akau phase 1, I'm just meaning the first 60 homes constructed in the village of La'iopua Akau 4, phase 1, rent to own with option to purchase program. Owned and ran by Ikaiko Ohana, 3150 Douglas Bigley, president, developer and landlord, holding 118 leases, non-Hawaiian at 0 blood quantum. Are you guys hearing me okay?
Yes, we are.
Okay, thank you. And I'm sorry I wasn't here to start with, and I just want to thank Commissioner Colley Watson and West Hawaii Commissioner Makai Freitas. Thank you for having me again. And here we go. We're doing this again. So hopefully this is going to be the last time, and we're going to get some resolution to the problems that we've been experiencing. So next, I just kind of wanted to give this testimony, which aims to effectively convey the concerns of the residents of Village of La'iopua Akau 4 to DHHL Chair Colley Watson and West Hawaii Commissioner Makai Freitas and others to help advocate for a solution that upholds the rights and well-being of all beneficiaries while keeping Prince Kuhio Kalaniana Ole's mission statement, which is to help to rehabilitate our people and putting them back on the land for sustainability, and also to keep our future generations in mind during this testimony. Mahalo. So to start with, I kind of wanted to put together chronological events pertaining to our LV4 concerns. So today I'd like to offer some insight to the issues that have been ongoing pertaining to the residents of Village of La'iopua Akau 4 phase 1, which has resulted in a 5-day pay or quit notice of eviction by Ikaiko Ohana. I prepared in chronological order this events to show that it does not align with the Department of Hawaiian Homelands and HUD's policies and mostly DHHL's own mission statement. So today, once again, I'm here to voice the concerns and ongoing issues of our LV4 community that we've been experiencing for the last 3 years, now going on 4. And today, nothing solid from Ikaiko Ohana or DHHL, as we've asked many times for a sit-down meeting just to kind of like explain how this program works and really how is it supposed to benefit the beneficiaries on Hawaiian homelands. So this is something that needs immediate attention. To begin with, many residents of La'iopua Akau 4 received overbilling in water bills, which partly contribute to the financial strain that LV4 residents have been experiencing. In the beginning, Coastal Construction had the landscaping project, and during that time was responsible for the water. At the end of September 2021, Coastal Construction turned the landscaping project over to Ikaiko Ohana. And Ikaiko Ohana had management emailed us at the end of September, going into October, that the residents had 4 days now, 4 days to put their name on the water bill and also a $150 deposit on the water account. So here, I'm gonna just show you an example, and I'm sorry I didn't get a chance to mail this in. So this is my history of my water bill. So here, it states in the first, so I had called the water department on October 1st of 2021, and I was abiding by what my property management expected of me. So I went and I called the water department to transfer the water into my name, as I was told by management through that email, and also to put down the $150 deposit. So for my first consumption, it was at 108 gallons. My first bill was, and I'm going to round it up, it was $670. So prior to that bill, the water bill was under A0597. From June of 2021 to 8 August 2nd, 2021, there was a usage of 80,000 gallons under A0597. And then on August through October of 2021, 177,000 gallons under A0597, which is Kaiko'ohana 3150. Then that is when I picked up my kuleana for my first water bill and transferred the water into my name October 1st, 2021. That was around the same date that Coastal Construction closed out their deal with Kaiko'ohana. So at the time, the residents here in LV4 were being compliant as far as putting their name on the water bill and paying for the deposit, not knowing at the time that we're being entrapped into a legal document showing ownership of water. So according to May 16, 2022 DHHL Commission's meeting at 47 minutes and 41 seconds, we had our landlord, developer Doug Bigley, who owns 118 leases of zero blood quantum here on Hawaiian homelands, while our families are struggling right now to keep their homes. So all of this that I'm explaining right now is all adding up to the 5-day pay or quit, according to some of the residents that are being affected by this notice, 5-day notice of pay or quit. Anyway, so let's see. So these payments now for the water bill under A0597, Ikaiko'ohana, if you divide that by the amount of calendar days for each billing cycle, then you'll come out with the amount due as far as a payment. So let's see. So I already explained that Ikaiko'ohana gave the residents 4-day communication through email to put their name on the water bill and put down the deposit. So a resident did comply with that. As a known concern, it was Uncle Bo Kahui through LCDC who worked in support with Doug Bigley of Ikaiko'ohana on a water audit retrofit for 17 homes on Kanealehu Drive, hillside. And that really improved the consumption and the rate that the residents were paying on their bills, reducing their bill and consumption by 70%. There was another proposal for the rest of us, the rest of the 48 homes in phase 1, to receive the same treatment because we're not running on 2 separate meters. This mistake wasn't duplicated in the new constructs where I understand they do have 2 meters, one for the house and one for the yard. When they did this project, we didn't have it. So that 1 meter for the irrigation, which the irrigation company, Coastal Construction, and we were getting word from the management from Ikaiko'ohana that they didn't want us turning our water off. Our water station, where my yard is a kind of a big yard, so I have, I believe, 7 to 9 stations, separate stations in the yard, each running twice a day now for 5 minutes each station. That water irrigation for the yard also runs off of the residents' electricity, which also caused the influx in our electric bill as well due to the irrigation. And my billing statement can show thereafter the amount of usage and the total amount. It's outrageous. It's like, how are we supposed to pay for this? So I don't understand how this rent to own with option purchase program is supposed to help our community here at LV4 phase 1. I've been calling upon my commissioners and you, Kali Watson and Makai Freitas, you guys promised us to sit down, to kind of cap the concerns that we have here in our community and try to bring some kind of solution. We don't have anybody advocating for us. So, you know, a lot of people out there say that we should be grateful. Believe me, I'm grateful. I knew at the time that my family, my husband and I, we discussed it before we even took the opportunity. And they keep saying, well, you took the opportunity. You folks knew. We didn't know the problems that we are faced with today that's causing evictions of our families. Another thing I want to address is the blood quantum. It is almost impossible for the beneficiaries to name their successor at 50%, as I challenge that also by sending my successorship papers, yeah, to DHHL. I got the same paper back with no letter of explanation, but I also, what they did send me was a blank application for successorship. So as it stands, the blood quantum for successorship for beneficiaries needs to change, because unless the spouse both have 50%, child would have 50%. But at this point in time, it is very seldom that we have families holding 50% blood quantum. So we're unable to name our successor at 50%, because everything above would be our sibling or our parents, unable to name our successors at 25%, wife, husband, or child. So this needs to be changed. I know that there's been talk about it in the legislature, but please,
Okay,
I
please-
urge.
please
Yes,
conclude.
yes.
Please
Okay,
conclude.
I'm gonna conclude. I'm sorry. Is my 9 minutes almost up?
Oh, it's way over.
Oh, it
10 minutes
is? And I
over.
didn't even read my whole testimony.
Well, yes.
Okay,
But we
wait.
appreciate your staying within
Oh.
reason.
Okay, but I kind of went off script, but I know
Yes.
you guys get the point, because this is not our first rodeo. We've been constantly asking for support. I'm concluding this by asking the department, and I feel like I'm begging you guys. Yeah, I want to remind you guys, without the beneficiaries, you guys don't have a job. Honestly, you guys work for us. You guys
Okay.
are supposed to
All right.
advocate for the people. Please, we're asking for help.
Okay, thank you for your testimony.
All right, thank you for hearing my testimony. Any questions?
Commissioner
Not a
Mackay
question,
Freitas wants
just a
to
quick
say.
comment.
Yes, Makai, please. I gave you a kukui in hopes you was gonna have a
Now
sit-down
you're in
meeting.
hot, Mackay.
I have one for
I
Colleen
still-
Watson, but I'm waiting to have this
I
meeting.
still have the layer, I promise you, I still have the layer, it's up in my house.
Okay,
First of
good.
all, don't apologize ever, and.
Okay,
you're
thank
welcome
you.
On this J agenda, between now and whenever we do actually find a solution, to circle back, I think.
But we
we
can't wait.
Yeah, I can't wait either, Auntie, I'm serious. I don't really have top of my head a solution right now. I've been in contact with Kalani Fronda. He was texting me as you're going through your talk just now. He's gonna look into it. And Uncle Bo was also involved in this. The frustrating part of it is you're exactly right. We try to reach out to different channels and
Everywhere.
communicate, and nothing has happened. It's always been a roadblock.
And I just want to work this out civilly with everybody. That,
I
you know,
understand.
with everybody.
Okay.
It can be to avoid all
Okay,
the stress.
we're gonna stop at this point, and I know Mackay has something that he'll talk to you offline about,
Okay,
but
please
he's
do,
already
Mackay.
reaching out. So thank you for your testimony.
Mackay, please.
Honey, we'll make some movement on this thing, Auntie. But please.
Okay, right on.
Continue to show up,
Appreciate
continue
it.
to the agenda, continue to be here and advocate, please. Don't ever feel so sorry either. Don't worry about it. We'll figure it out. Thank you.
Okay,
I
thank
won't
you
ever
very
say
much.
sorry again. Thank you.
Okay,
Mahalo.
thank you. Next testifier, Guy Gaspar.
How
And
did it go,
Mr.
sir?
Gaspar, you see
I
how
went
we're
off
trying to
script.
run. We'll let you know at 9 minutes to conclude for your 10th, but thank you for coming.
Way off script.
Is this on?
It is.
Hello,
Oh,
okay.
shoot, my audio
Thank
is
you.
on.
I'd like to thank the commission just for hearing me and for being here to do what you do. You know, yeah, you guys take in a lot and you guys have to decipher and work through whatever issues that come up. But I was really fortunate and blessed to come in today. You know, I was here yesterday and I came in for today, and I listened to Julie and Andrew's presentation. It was wonderful and it was well thought out. And, you know, when I look at you guys' paperwork, the front page is you're here to help us to find or solve our residential issues, a place to live, you know. And there's ag land, pasture land. What's missing was commercial. And I have been here a few times for commercial leases, and I was fortunate, you know, to be here at the right place and time to hear the presentation, to talk to brother over there and to get some information from Andrew and speak to Andrew about what I had in plan. Our nonprofit is looking for land that we could take in donated vehicles and give these vehicles to women in need. The ones that weren't appropriate, then we would sell them to sustain the nonprofit. We also wanted to have a recycling yard to where if we clean the communities, yeah, like my area in Nanakuli get choke cars all over the place. A lot of them are mine because I have nowhere to take them. But if we go into the neighborhoods and say, hey, auntie, uncle, we take the vehicle, but we give you on voucher, yeah, we give you on voucher. And it could be from $1 to $1,000, depending on what they donate, yeah. And they could come to the yard and take parts from any of the vehicles, you know, to have something where we scratch, you know. And I don't apologize for not being able to Olelo because, yeah, you know, those who have jurisdiction over these lands, yeah, they systematically took my Hawaiian from me. And I don't apologize for that. I have resentments for that. Yeah. But it is what it is, and we got to move forward. But yes, so I'm working to utilize land under the nonprofit so we can give back to the community. And like the women would get the vehicles, the men, those who perpetrate crimes of domestic violence, we want them to fix the vehicles. We also want to get them certified as mechanics. But it's a long process and I'm looking for help. I found some help this morning and I have to talk to the individuals that I talked to with this morning. But I just wanted to thank you guys for being here, you know, and like, brother, like I said, hey, keep coming back, keep talking. I'm encouraged by that. And how they say, no apologize. If you really have something, and I believe I do have something, and it comes from my God, yeah. I don't know your gods, but I know I have my own. And it comes from my God. And I believe if I just exit stage left, I'm not doing nobody any good. I just hope that you guys support us as we go forward, but I will be here more often. I just wanted to thank you for your time and not even take the night.
Thank you so much. We're gonna go back to Jermaine Myers. Nope, okay. Chanel Josiah. Welcome.
Aloha.
Aloha.
I want to preface this by saying it's so beautiful to hear everybody's mana'o and kind of everything that they want to do to rebuild Lahui. This is really amazing. And I hope we can add to that. For the record, my name is Chanel Josiah. I'm the Community Development Director with Hawaii Community Lending. I'm also a fifth generation lessee. So it's really an honor to be here. So mahalo. Next slide, please. I work with Hawaii Community Lending, and we're a nonprofit organization, a community development financial institution that was founded on the Paukukalo homesteads on Maui. We started off as a program under our parent organization, Hawaiian Community Assets, and since then we've established ourselves as an independent nonprofit, focusing on building, buying, and saving homes, preventing lease cancellation and foreclosure, primarily on homestead. Next slide, please. What we offer is financial assessments for beneficiaries who are looking to get pre-qualified for purchasing homes or constructing homes on homestead. We do pre-qualification lenders for any borrower at any stage in the process. We offer construction and mortgage brokering, construction loans and mortgage brokering. And we also offer consumer loans, helping folks get pre-qualified and helping them fix their financial situation if they're not already ready. We have a credit builder loan, debt consolidation loans, and we offer a variety of home preservation services that help prevent lease cancellation and prevent foreclosure as well. Next slide. Today, I want to highlight our Ho'okele Home program. This program is really meant to help beneficiaries navigate the process in buying and building homes on homestead. We support beneficiaries by helping them plan. We help them advocate. Maybe if there's a situation you folks are not aware of, or maybe they don't know where to turn, we help connect them with the resources, which are primarily you folks to help advocate on their behalf. Our program also helps folks go through the pre-construction process as well. Next slide, please. Over the last couple of months, we've been really focusing our efforts in getting information out there. So that is like reinforcing some of the information you guys share at these meetings that folks are not able to attend. We talk heavily about successorship so people understand the perimeters of that and they can make informed decisions when they attend orientations or maybe even lot selections, or maybe they're kind of in that place where they need to plan. We focus heavily on that as well. We've had quite a few people register and about a third of them show up. So these numbers here are pretty significant in terms of our historical data, where only about maybe 30, even less sometimes attend. So this tells us that we're getting out there and people are starting to understand our role in all of this. And then most recently, it was such a privilege, but we were invited by Kula Nona Po'e, Hawaii, to go to Papakolea and talk about our services and talk about the things that we do and how we've done them and how we might be able to help. So that was such a privilege. Next slide, please. Right now we have 37 new construction, whether they're in pre-construction or active construction. We have 37 beneficiaries going through this process. We have 2 folks that are interested in doing SDUs across the state. One is in Anahola, and actually 2 of them are in Anahola. We have 4 renovation projects. These are major renovations. So these are older homes that are needing to potentially be demoed and rebuilt, or maybe they're doing an extension, bringing Ohana home and such. And then 9 of these are demo rebuilds, primarily in Waimanalo and Papakolea. The Ho'okele Home Program, the financial assessments is really where we get our data. So this financial assessments tell us what is their credit score? Do they need help? What kind of help? To what degree? How much work is it gonna have to put into this? This is significant because the family that you see here pictured, and I really want to give a shout out to Michelle, because this is Jonah and Jason Ahuna, Michelle. And when they first got called to lot selection, they were not prepared. They weren't sure what their options were, how they were going to navigate it. They actually just self-disqualified and said that we're not going to be able to do it. I, by chance, ran into her, and I told her we could help. And it's just, that's the kind of relationships that we have at HCL. It took kind of a while, but I stayed engaged with CAD to let them know, here's the steps that we're taking. This is what we're doing. And really having to make good on my word too, and not just stringing CAD along. But the family, after diligent work and just a 360 transformation, they finally got a pre-qualification letter to secure. Jonah succeeded her dad when he passed away on the wait list. So this is a really amazing moment for them. And this is them pictured on the left is at lease signing. And they just broke ground for construction 2 weeks. So actually on New Year's Eve. So it was a really awesome thing to see. They benefited directly from the Ho'okele Home Program. So they participated in our debt consolidation loan services, our technical assistance, which helps them navigate. And then they also are partaking in our construction loan program and our pre-construction loan program that also help them cover costs for plans, permitting, and some other expenses along the way. And they're also building credit by making payments towards those expenses along the way, because this is not an easy process, right? They were awarded in April 2022, and they're starting, foundation is laid and all of that. I wish I had pictures of that to show you folks. Next slide. So this is pretty much how it happens. We work with families and we do a financial assessment. We figure out whether or not they're ready. If they are, great, they can move to pre-qualification letter, and then we can start the pre-construction process. Of course, this is a very condensed example here. But if they're not ready, we're trying to determine what are the reasons, and it could be any. These are just like the 2 that came top of my mind. If it's high debt, we connect them with a debt consolidation loan in-house to get those monthly payments down, get them a pre-qualification letter, and then start helping them plan to get them a house built, get them plans that fit within that pre-qualification letter budget. If they have no credit or poor credit, the answer is not no. It's here's what we're going to do to get you to where we want you to be and where you want to be. And then we identify why don't they have a credit score? Sometimes they just have no activity for years, right? Other times it's life, and oftentimes it is life. So we identify what that is, and then we get them pre-qualification letter and then start the pre-construction process. All of these clients are given a referral to partner organizations like HCA for financial counseling. This is Uncle Wendell here. He moved into his home a few months ago. He's been on the wait list for about 40 years, but every time when he received an offer, it just really wasn't that right time for him. So when he came into us, he saw us at the mall and he popped his head in and he was like, do you guys lend on Hawaiian homes? And we're like, yeah. And it's just like that. And, you know, he trusted us, and I'll never forget what he told me. He said, before this house was here, we would sit on this property and we would look out at everybody else building. And now we're still watching everybody else building, but we're watching from inside our hale. And that is such a beautiful and empowering thing. Next slide, please. So yeah, I just wanted to say mahalo to CAD for really, you know, believing the work that we do and believing that we're going to make true on what we're saying. We really take pride in being able to give beneficiaries hope, but not just false hope, but hope that does become a reality for them. We understand that the construction loan process is so incredibly long and difficult and very frustrating, and they don't know what their resources are, how they're going to do it, who's going to be involved. And that's the role that we play. So our information sessions are really helpful. If you guys have beneficiaries that approach you guys and don't know where to start, we're a good place for that. Sometimes we are not the answer. And we go through a process of elimination when folks come to us. So when Jonah and Jason first came to us, Nahasda was really the best option for them. But as they started to grow in income, and Jonah was able to increase her income by about $35,000 over like a year's time. So it's that economic development that we're focusing on, that community development, and really empowering them to take control of their situations. But they still fall below that 80%. But due to the time constraints, they decided that Nahasda really wouldn't fit the bill at that time for them. And so they ended up partaking in our HCL direct lending program, which mirrors the USDA 502 direct program. So they have two separate loans. They have a construction loan from us, and then we will also close their loan, and we will also service the loan in-house. So this is really wonderful. And when they pay off their mortgage, we're going to be able to help the next family. So if you folks have any questions, comments? No? Chair.
So Chanel, for everyone listening and all of our homestead presidents here in the room, how might they get in contact with you if they want to do something like Papa Kolea did?
Yeah, my number, 808-634-3675. You can also find us on Instagram if you guys are there. Our website has great information. We're really kind of word of mouth. I feel like that's the most powerful thing, but come see us. I'm always available.
Chanel. Oh,
yeah, just a comment. You know, I've seen her actually in action, and it's what they offer. You just can't believe it. It's not about just go get your loan. It's to sit down with you and say, hey, this is what you can afford. So let's build the home so that when it's time to add on the home, it makes sense. Doesn't cost you a mile. And you can't get that from anybody. I mean, you're getting, if you tried to do this in fee simple, you'd be paying all kinds of people to do this and do that. So we have her involved on the west side for our Hanapepe group. And you know, it's just, you know, I've listened to other programs and I've been involved in other programs, but what they do is way above and beyond what most people do. So I tell you, you got to reach out to her if you have anybody that has, whether they're having financial problems or whatever. You know, I'm not plugging for this, but I'm just saying, I know the product, and I know, you know, the people that are on our project at Pialani Maikai, where they're doing homeowners. A lot of these homes are only 1 or 2 bedroom, but they're in their house. Like you say, Uncle been on the wait list for 40 years. and sit there and watch everybody else build. It wasn't my time. He just happened to talk to Chanel and boom, he's in a house. So, and I stopped over the other day, dropped off Boyd and said, welcome to the neighborhood. So anyway, thank you.
Yeah.
Chanel, thanks so much for being here. We've got lots of information, meetings and orientations this year. And I know doing a presentation that people can watch, even after this meeting is over, and the way you present is really critical to the people who are looking not just this month or next month, but the years coming, and you can help them get prepared. So thanks very much. It was a refreshing
Yes,
Uh,
mahalo.
presentation.
Thank you.
Mahalo.
I'm next with Auntie Jessie, so I'm gonna call Auntie Jessie up here. Come, Auntie.
6, 7.
Yes, next testifier. Auntie Jessie, come.
This is Auntie Jessie Nihua. She and I got connected August of last year. She was actually in line for USDA packaging when she was with another organization that helped package her loan for a vacant lot in Nanakuli. I'm gonna give Auntie a little bit time to speak, but really what we're asking is just for a formal referral to NAHASDA. What we determine in our financial assessment, we tried, like I said, we go through this process of elimination. We're gonna start with the most advantageous pathway for our clients as much as possible. So when we first got her, it was, okay, she's in this USDA process. Now we need to get her packaged, but we didn't have a formal timeline on what preceded our contact with her at HCL. So we were having to make sense of all of this. I didn't get that far because information was sparse and we didn't have like a clear timeline that told us why she ended up going through the USDA packaging. I had a lot of questions. Why was she referred to USDA packaging first? Was she referred to NAHASDA? Because based on the financial assessment, that's really the most advantageous option for her. But we weren't able to make a direct referral to NAHASDA. We need to have an in-house referral to NAHASDA. But I'm telling you guys that the financial assessment, this is the most advantageous. If we cannot get the referral to NAHASDA for whatever reasons it is that why she was never referred, I don't know if NAHASDA maybe was not an option back then. Maybe they didn't have funding. It's unclear. But without this referral or having her be considered for it, she may lose her opportunity for an award. So I will let Auntie talk.
Okay.
Good morning.
And if you'll speak in the mic, and Jessie Nihua
Yes.
is on the J agenda, so welcome.
Yes, back in 2020, I was offered a lot, scattered lot in Nanakuli. I chose one, so I was awarded. I came in, I went for the meeting and whatnot, and I was referred to Nanakuli Housing Corp at the time. So I did meet up with the counselor there, and we did that USRDA package. And I guess during the time was COVID, and everything was shutting down, and at that time I was awarded, and I was still waiting. I was still waiting for the sign off on that. Years went by, nothing. So then I found out that non-Kuli housing no longer exists. So I'm so glad that they came out. I ran across them. From then on, this is where I'm at now. I am on a fixed budget right now. I chose Nanakuli as my home because of my family. My entire family lives in Nanakuli. My grandkids, I have 4 grandchildren that I take care of, and they're raised in Nanakuli. So for me to go somewhere else to live, like anywhere around the area and whatnot, it's really difficult. So I really chose Nanakuli as my primary, yeah. So right now, I'm just learning the process of what steps to take. And I was never, I guess I wasn't never introduced with all these other programs out there. So USRDA was the only one that, that had come up at the time. No.
So to clarify, the Nanakuli Housing Corp counselor that was working with her is no longer with Nanakuli Housing Corporation. Yeah.
Okay, very good. And so Ms. Nahoy, you're working with Chanel?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay,
No,
good.
yeah. But so the USDA route, she did get a pre-qualification letter. Credit is great, everything is awesome, but she needs subsidies. That's really why we feel like Nahasda is the best way, because the subsidies may be available to her. But she hasn't received a denial or even a referral hasn't been considered at all. And that's really what we want. We're asking for that.
Okay, can you work with our folks?
We have been.
Okay,
But I believe what was communicated to my navigation specialist was that the ERR is going to take too long to do. However, if they cancel her award and they find somebody else who does qualify for Nahasda, the ERR are going to take too long to do too for them, right?
Okay.
So if we can, we just
Right.
want the referral.
okay, you're on property, both of you folks, and we've got staff
Okay.
available to you, so
Great.
please work on that today, if you
Okay.
can, if you
We
have the
can.
time.
Yes, we want to get it going.
Okay,
Excellent.
but thank you.
Mahalo.
Thank you.
Thank you both for coming.
Thank you.
Mahalo. We're gonna take 2 minutes break. Chair Watson is back. And so if you just take 2 minutes, we're gonna switch over and have the chair preside over the rest of the day. Thank you.
Okay, we're gonna start up again, gang. We're at J8, Humalani Sandal.
Mahalo, Chair. Welcome back.
Welcome back.
And so I'll make mine quick, really. But the first question I have is, I might have missed it yesterday, but did the minutes for 12/16 and 12/17 get approved yesterday? It did? I just didn't notice it in the packet. Huh? No, but the minutes themselves, they were not in the packet.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, because I've seen them in the packet before. So I'm questioning. Anyway, last month on the J agenda, I brought forth a concern, community concerns. And, but I was able to talk to staff, meaning Juan and, Kalani. And so yesterday, Kalani asked me if I got a call back from staff, and I said no. So I want to mahalo Kalani for arranging a meeting next month so that we can address these issues in our community that has been long-standing, some for 10 years, others for another for 3 years, and a more recent one. And they include traffic calming, 3 easements, and a boundary dispute. Next month, when I come to the commissioners meeting, I will be addressing a very important community concern. And I've also talked to Kalani about that and given him a heads up. In the room this morning was Sandra Jamora from Villages of Kapolei. She is the general manager. In our conversation this week, last week, she asked if she could attend the HHC, and I said, yes, it is a public forum, so you're more than welcome to come. But she just wanted to listen in and see how the meetings are conducted. But this issue that I'm referring to affects 90 of our lessees regarding the perimeter wall boundary or perimeter walls. And HHFDC is slated to exit the Villages of Kapolei in 2030. So I will save all of that information for my testimony next month, but also with our meeting, because I introduced Sandy to Kalani and told both of them that I felt the issues that are impacting Maluahai, that the 3 entities, DHHL, the homestead, and VOCA, should be sitting at the same table, hearing the same thing at the same time, so that we can share our mana'o and try to come to solutions that will be beneficial to our lessees. So with that being said, I'm good. Mahalo.
Okay, thank you. Next testifier, Ivalani McBrayer.
Hello again, Chair and Commissioners. We're going to present of the board and our community regarding the 9-acre parcel that is part of the Act 279 money of 8.5 million that was brought from the 600 million. Did everybody get a packet, Commissioner Cuni? Well, did you get a packet? Okay, so inside the packet, we're just gonna share that on Friday last week, we had the opportunity to meet with Chair and share on a one-on-one, Brandy and Wendy and I with Chair Cully Watson in what our community wanted for that 9-acre parcel, despite of what was presented on that 9-acre for 60 single-family dwelling homes and no community center or park, just a 5,000 square feet of green space. So I just want to go ahead and read, and then I'll walk you through what's inside of this pamphlet that we have given every one of the commissioners. The petition to protect Kaupea 9-acre parcel for Kapuna Housing, a park, and a community center development to the Department of Hawaiian Homeland, State of Hawaii, and all concerned stakeholders. We, the undersigned residents of Kaupea, are writing to express our strong opposition to the proposed development of 60 homes on the 9-acre parcel of undeveloped land designated as a park and a community center for the residents of Kaupea. The land was originally promised to our community for the purpose of creating a public space that would serve as a central hub for recreation, culture, and connection for Native Hawaiians and their family. A little background on this. The 9-acre parcel of land in question was allocated more than 18 years ago by the Department of Hawaiian Homeland as part of the Native Hawaiian, for the part of the trust for the Native Hawaiian people. The land was intended to provide a space for a community center, a cultural center, and a recreation facilities. However, after nearly 2 decades, this space remains undeveloped, and instead of fulfilling the promise of a park and community center, DHS now is proposing to build 60 homes on this land. Why does it matter? Cultural significance. A park and community center was to be the spaces for community to gather, celebrate Hawaiian culture, and engage in activities that promote our well-being. These spaces would honor our heritage and strengthens our ties in our culture. Second, community needs. The residents of Kaupea have long waited the creation of these vital spaces. The lack of recreational and communal areas in the community has caused a gap in the opportunities for socialization, health, and wellness. Environmental impact. The construction of 60 homes in that 9-acre parcel could have detrimental effects on the environment, limiting green space and reducing the natural beauty and resources available to our community. This land is an important part of the community ecosystem for us as Native Hawaiians. And last, breaking promises. The original promise made to the Native Hawaiian community was that this land would be a place for community, not for commercial or residential development. Allowing this project to proceed would be a violation for us that was once promised in 2005 as we selected our homes for the Kaupea that was initiated out in 2007. Continue, Wendy.
So what we are asking for, we the undersigned residents of Kaupea, along with the support of other homestead communities, respectfully request that the Hawaiian Homes Commissioners and all relevant authorities, 1, honor the original intent of the 9-acre parcel by prioritizing the development of kupuna housing so that Kaupea community has a park and community center as originally promised. 2, work with the community to develop plans for community-driven kupuna housing, a park that incorporates cultural, recreational, and social elements that meet the needs of all residents. And 3, reconsider the proposal to build vertical kupuna housing, 90 homes on 9-acre parcel, utilizing about 2 to 3 acres and allowing space for a community center, park, and garden. This land was designated to help our community be self-sustainable, and its development should align with the values, needs, and aspirations of the people who call Kaupea home as our Prince Kuhio intended. This proposal and petition addresses both housing and community needs.
And I just wanted, inside of your packet on the right side, you'll see a map. And I just wanted to share with you commissioners, this was the original map I got in 2007. That if you see it on there, it says, it has where, it says right here, proposed site, a future site of a park and rec center. And so in 2005, when we picked our lots, when we chose to pick our lots in 2005, this is what was presented to us as we picked our homes, a community center and park. And that's what I want you to see in that I made a copy for you folks. And this came from the planning department of Connie Kita back then and Darryl Yakovich that gave that to me back in 2006. On the left side, you'll see we have over 100 signatures of residents already in our homestead, but I also have the support of Auntie Homie of Maluahai. I have former Kaupea President Michelle Kohane, Kanahili President Randy Akau. I also have Eini, who is the Ka'ulu Kaha'i, as well as former Commissioner Patty Taruya. I have the support of Waianae Valley President, and many others that have made verbal commitment because we see the need of a gathering place that allows us for that self-determination and self-government. That land, as we know, like we say, is part of the pico of who we are, not in just housing, but a community center so that we can continue in continue in the things that make us who we are as Native Hawaiians: culture preservation, economic development, mercantile, which is part of the act in section 207. And so we're here today. We respect that Kali said, as a developer that we spoke to him, he showed us the importance of, utilizing the land to make most of what he can. And we do see that, yes, single family dwelling is important, but I think just as important is the promises that was made to us back in 05, that as you can see with Kaupuni, I look at Hana and all of those things around statewide. It's important to have a gathering place. I would have to go to VOCA. We're still building out the Heritage Center, and there's really not a place for us to gather. And what more better place to gather in your own place? And I feel that that is something that my community has asked me to go ahead and continue to pursue it. And, I will be coming to the next J agenda as well. And I truly believe that all of us are on board, all 326, but not only 326 beneficiaries from Kaupea, but I feel also the importance of the leaders on the west side. We recognize the importance of having that land in a park, in a community center is very vital to continue the legacy of Prince Hill. And without that, I look at it, as a body, every part of the body is important, just like housing in a community center. You cut off the hand from your body, the leg, you're a little bit disabled. That's the same thing I see for us as leaders. How can I engage in the self-governance without a gathering place? I'm gonna be limiting what I can and do. And I just share this with all of you, Chair and Commissioners, to, consider the proposals that we're proposing right now, because in 2014, we did a survey, and this morning, Auntie Homie gave me a letter that she wrote in 2016, and it says, Hawaiian Homes Commission, regarding Hawaiian Homes Commission agenda in June 2015. Item B3, presentation by Hawaii Housing Finance and Development Corporation. Aloha Hea Chair Magasatani and members of commission. My name is Homalani Shandell, president of Maluohai Residents Association. During DHHL Maluohai orientations meeting in 2000 and 2001, potential leases, we informed that there would be a park at the parcel adjacent to Kapolei High School, which would be dedicated to city and county. In 2007 and 2008, the same information was provided to potential leases of Kaupea during their orientation meeting. Both Maluohai and Kaupea are part of the Masters of Village of Kapolei. Now, 15 years later, with pressure placed upon Hawaii Housing Development Corp. by residents of Kaupea and their Homestead Association Board, their efforts had advanced their position for a development of a park. Maluohai residents supports a park at the parcel adjacent to high school, respectfully, Homilani Shandell. So I found that when Auntie gave this to me was very important, because I really feel that the department, the future of housing is very important, but the development of us as a whole, as Kanaka, to continue the legacy, so is a park and a community center. We know that the development agreement has not been signed yet. And, the RFP that was by Mark Development that we did meet, is still in question, that needs to be worked out. So we're just here today to allow the commission and chair to just see the heart of Kaupea and the importance of why this 9-acre parcel for us is something that we believe in, that should continue for the 326 residents that was promised a community center and park. And that we believe that Chair Cully Watson, on his integrity, will continue to hopefully find a solution to this promise that was made to the beneficiaries of Kaupea. Mahalo. Any questions?
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair and Commission.
Okay, the next person on the agenda, J11, Howie, oh, I'm sorry. Well, we're going by the agenda, so the next. Okay, you got 3 minutes.
Aloha, still Kapua, Waianae Valley Homestead. I strongly support this park development. It is very important and crucial for communities to have a central hub, somewhere where them and their families can gather, that is theirs. As Homelani has shared earlier, HFDC is going to be leaving the table in 5 years. How is that going to impact these two communities? Just having the department and VOCA. If they have to pay more because this is where they chose to be, let it be to also include this park, which they were promised. I agree with you, Commissioner, Director Watson, that homes are a priority. But so is a place of social recreation. Like Jan had just shared, the things that we do in our park is something that they ought to have the opportunity to do in their park. As Hawaiians, we ought to have this opportunity, especially when that land was obtained and it was informed to those applicants, to those beneficiaries that chose it. They need this place for themselves. Is my time on, babe? Thank you. They need this place for themselves. And homes, build the Voice of America homes. Build those. So it's not like you won't have a backup plan to get our beneficiaries into homes. We can do that with phase 1 instead of phase 2 and give Kaupe'a a safe park that is on their side of the road, not across the street from a 4-lane road that has a brick wall. That's how bad that road can be. Mahalo nui.
Hey, Jay Lemon, Kaui Almeida.
Aloha shakahiaka kako. Aloha. The first item that I want to talk about is the requirement by the department to establish 501c3 nonprofits to handle some of the business that they're partnering with the different homesteads, the requirement. And that is, I want to ask that the department also fund training for these 501c3 organizations that really are starting it because it's a requirement, but not really being able to understand what that means. I've been hearing that 501c3 a lot during this 2 days of meetings. So if it's possible, also fund the training so that it would kind of like take away a lot of the stuff that occurred in Panaewa, which is kind of like not having the know-how, ended up having one of our funding sources held up because they were not in compliant with the 501c3 application or processes. So mahalo. Number 2, working with Nahasa for the past 2 years on 2 families in my community. Started at a meeting with the commission, I think it was under Mr. Ayla, and was a gentleman by the name of Mr. McBride. I don't know if you remember it, Dennis, but Mr. McBride came and spoke about former Commissioner Wallace Ishibashi's mother, Auntie Puahala. And he came in with concern because he went to visit her and saw the state of disrepair of her house that she was just living in the house. Ceiling pretty much falling. The roof needed repair. There was a room that they had closed up because there was mold. And so the concern of Mr. Isla was, hey, she's a kupuna. At that time, she was 85 years old. Fast forward 2 years. She's now 87 years old, and she still doesn't have a hale. She's in the process, according to her daughter, Wendy, of demolition and rebuild. The problem we have, and we also wanted to use Habitat for Humanity. The program of Habitat does not do demolition on the island of Hawaii. So the family had to go look for somebody to demolish, then when they demolish, then they will then construct the new hale. It's coming in at a bid of, one bid was 90,000 to demolish and remove, and 100,000 demolish and remove. So I think what it is I don't know, and I'm not sure if Wendy knows who takes care of that bill. Is it put into the loan? Is it covered by DHHL? Whatever that process, for some reason, the communication is failing to accomplish the task of getting Auntie at 87-year-old now, a hale. The other family, their pilikia is that they purchased a house, $30,000 on an as-is property. Roof was already falling through. The hale is in disrepair, but it's a hale that was owned previously by their ohana. There was mold, unforeseen mold in their house that actually made the wife ill. It's now in her lungs. And so she experienced a stroke. She has only long-term memory. In the process of 2 years, her husband developed the stroke. So now he's doing rehab. He can speak slowly, okay? The problem with that family and Nahasda is nobody's communicated, as they said, since somebody went on maternity. Okay, so that's like, I think, a year or something. We're going into the 3rd year now. Auntie will be 88. This other family is not being communicated with. And when they are communicated, they're expected to go to the East Hawaii office. They're expected to understand that when his wife answers the telephone, because he can't answer really the telephone. So these disabilities is kind of the pilikia. What happened previously in the 1st year was they had a staff person actually go on site and talk with them. So I'm just seeing all this failure. And when, Tita was talking about advantageous program, the advantageous program that Nahasda offers is a 1%, 0% with Habitat. So that's advantageous for the 2 people. I know that I've been hearing that Nahasda is working on, building houses and but these 2 families have to get the communication going again with in mind their disabilities. I don't, it's not that they can put a family person and they can talk and get their families together. That's not their family's job. It's actually first and foremost, I was told to step back because I couldn't speak on behalf of the family. So if you're gonna even put a family there, it's not their job to chase after Nahasda. Yeah, like I said, I would prefer that they do an on-site visit like they used to in the 1st year, so that they can actually know what's really happening as they progress in their illness. The other thing that happened with the 2nd family was the mother of the lessee transferred her lot over because their condition is they want to be out of there. Gave her the Mahi'ai lot, the one that was just given, I think, was it last year, Cully? The 16 lots, the ag lots. anyway, on Mahi'ai Road. So I'm asking what happened with that, because that one is not a demolished, rebuild, it's actually new build. Not, Habitat has said that if that's the case, then all they have to do is qualify. They can start putting them on a 2-year wait list. 2 years went by already. So now you're gonna be on a 2-year wait list with that program at a 0%. What advantageous thing are we at right now? Change to community as lending. That's not advantageous because they have a higher percentage loan process. I'm just saying, this is kind of like just letting everybody know that I know that there'll be pitfalls here and there for certain things. Well, it's happening in our community, and I just want attention brought to the commission so that we can get them into their homes ASAP. So, yeah. And I also wanted to thank the commission for being patient with our community. You know, we are working with them. Not in the litigation anymore. It was resolved. And as you know, you folks have supported, I am the president, I've been the president, and that we're just looking forward to moving on. So, but I just wanted to say on behalf of the PHHLCA, mahalo, mahalo, mahalo.
Thank you. Next, testifiers, for the J12, excuse me, Kekoa Inamoto and Kaipo Kincaid.
Aloha, thank you for your time. Jimmy Kincaid here with daughter Pa'ahana on behalf of the Hawaiian Sailing Canoe Association and our land use request for a parcel of property out in South Maui. So we have a slide presentation that we're going to bring up for you. So here's our slide one. This is the Hawaiian Sailing Canoe Association. And next slide, please. You know, our mission statement is to learn, revive, educate, practice those ancient Hawaiian skills as they relate to the Hawaiian sailing canoe and culture. Next slide, please. Established in 1988, the HSCA has since mentored and shared cultural values and instilled Hawaiian sailing canoe skills and practices to beneficiaries across the main Hawaiian Islands. Next slide, please.
It's the video, if you could play the first 57 seconds. The video. First 57 seconds. Thank you.
This race was created 25 years ago in 1987 to help commemorate the Year of the Hawaiian. This was the race that actually was the foundation for the forming of the Hawaiian Sailing Canoe Association.
Back in 1987, the County of Kauai decided they wanted to do something special because that was the Year of the Hawaiian. So a group of water people in Kauai decided to do a sailing canoe race, which hadn't been any sailing between Oahu and Kauai since ancient times. So we get better and better and better, and that's good because the whole object is to learn what the ancestors did routinely. And I think we're getting closer and closer to that goal.
Wow. So here's an early slide of the Hokulea in its early construction days, along with okay.
Catching up.
Okay.
Next slide. Thank you.
Okay, here is Herb Connie, one of the designers along with Kauai Punapujin in the early days of the design of the hokulea. Look at that, how pristine that hall is, early years. Next slide, please. And here's a blessing at one of the cultural events in Maui. Next slide, please. And this is about the year 2000. This is at Keokea in the early days where we sailed from Keokea, which is in Kohala, to Hana. This is the one of the rigging of the canoes. Next slide, please. And here we are using canoe ladders to launch canoes into the water and taking them out of the water. Next slide, please. And now here we are. This is like not that long ago. I'm going to say like a couple years ago. This is sailing past Nakalele Point. From launching from Kahului, we're sailing toward Kaanapali. Next slide, please. Now, the property Ahihi Kinao is located on the south side of all the way to the end of the road, past Makena, past the Ahihi, the Nars Reserve in the Ahihi Kinao area. Next slide, please. This project aims to store the 75 acres parcel Ahihi Kinao through the best practices of cultural preservation, land stewardship, and conservation efforts. The aim is to enrich beneficiaries in alignment with the HSCA stated mission to learn, revive, educate, and practice those ancient Hawaiian skills and values as they relate to sailing canoe and the Hawaiian culture. Next slide, please. HSC has submitted a complete land use request package on November 11, 2024, thoroughly outlining the full scope and intent of our vision. Next slide, please. Cultural preservation. Here we are at Ko'olawi with a group of 66 sailors. This was in 2019, just prior to the pandemic shutdown. Next slide, please. You know, we're practicing the art of Hawaiian canoe sailing. This is on, I think this is Hana Bay. Next slide, please. Perpetuating Hawaiian values. Next slide, please. And these are pictures from the Pacific Festival last year, when all of the nations of Polynesia came together to share their cultural experiences in their va'a. Next slide, please. Malama Aina, here we are in Ko'olawi, 66 of us planting like approximately 1,000 trees on Ko'olawi. Next slide, please. You know, trying to eradicate invasive species there out in that area. There's a lot of invasive species in the Ahihi Kinao area. Next slide, please. You know, conservation, we want to continue with that process. The endemic Vili tree and the endangered blackburn hawk moth are endemic to that area. Next slide, please. Native species, the puel, ali'i, and the puakala. Next slide, please. And as we want to continue with the education of our beneficiaries throughout the islands and share in our cultural experiences. Next slide, please. Learning Hawaiian skills with the Kekeoka Aina, right here in the beneficiaries of Hawaii. Next slide, please. Here we are at the home of Hakipu, the home of Hokulea. Next slide, please. And to continue to revive and educate the children of Hawaii. Serving the beneficiaries. HSC mentors and teaches beneficiaries the treasured skills necessary to sail the Wa'akaukahi throughout the island chain. We hold a profound history and cherish our kuleana to uplift Hawaiians in their mo'okua hau through cultural traditions, kaimoana, and the lahui. Land use request, there is an additional information. Is there any additional information that the commission needs from the HSCA? This application process estimates the time frame states 90 days from the land use request submission We're 79 days in and we look forward to any questions the commission may have at this time. Should you have any questions? Does anybody have any questions at this time?
So you've been meeting with staff and have they?
We have not met with staff. We have had
Hmm.
no communication with them. If there is a contact person that we could meet with staff to initiate the process of moving forward to getting a land use request and a right of entry.
Yeah, probably Linda Chin,
Okay.
you know, so we can kind of, but I was noticing you guys are asking for 75 acres,
Well, that's the parcel.
right? So what are you actually asking for?
Well, it's one whole parcel,
Right,
but you know, the parcel runs the bay, but it's back from the bay. It's as far as 300 feet to the water.
right,
And as the land goes in, it gets closer, maybe 100 feet, but you're still far from the water.
right.
But I mean, you have access to water. So, you know, you gotta get the up on top of the Aina. So
Okay.
we're asking for it because it's one whole package, it's one whole parcel. I mean, we could use less, but you know, we can negotiate that or we can work that out with staff.
And I'm just trying to get a feel for the game plan as to what you're gonna do with the land. You say preserve it. I noticed I mean,
Well,
it's
we
great,
have
you're teaching the kids, but you know, managing a parcel versus running programs. I mean, there's a lot of costs involved,
There is a lot of-
security issues, liability. You know,
Absolutely.
what are you gonna do on the property? Are you gonna build
Well, we have a vision,
storage?
we have a plan.
Okay,
We want to build a halau,
halau.
canoe halau, near shore.
right.
You know, you're gonna need some containers to store stuff.
Mm.
You're gonna need to, like, at the right of entry to like cut a path, a roadway selectively where you're not really overcutting the property. But
Yeah,
giving
so
access.
that's, you know, you're kind of touching areas that, where you, where you, where you're dealing with, property, there's certain environmental issues.
Absolutely.
Especially if you're gonna have some federal funds and all kind of other things involved, and, you know, there's, it can get costly to do, environmental assessment. You know, do you guys have specific plans?
Right?
You know, I'm not sure at what level, but I guess having a lot more details, at least conceptually, what you want to do. I don't expect you to spend a whole ton of money, but probably do spend some money
Yeah,
to,
absolutely. And
kinda
we're gonna
do
need
your
to
due
look at
diligence.
grants.
yeah,
And I can't really pursue that until I get the palpala.
right, right.
So we do
Um,
have a plan. Perhaps what we'll do is come up with
Yeah, I
something
think so.
conceptually.
Yeah.
And come back to the department with that.
If I may, in the land use request, it is outlined in 3 different phases of the project. The first phase would be to basically 5 years, roughly, increments. Assess the land, you know, bring in archaeologists, cultural
okay, good.
practitioners to help assess what the lay of the land is and what is existing on the
Right.
property. And really building out a fence line, first and foremost, to kind of keep the game out, because essentially you really want to bring back the native plants and native species that are native to that area. So I think the biggest part of the project is the conservation efforts, because without the land, you know, the ocean isn't gonna revive itself, and you know, you need both the ocean and the land. So with this project, it's a bigger vision than just conservation efforts and education. It's really this Pacific Island ocean people. You know, there's potential for, in the 3rd phase, to unite Polynesian cultures and do an exchange program of native peoples from other nations and cultures to share and learn from each other. So this is a space where we can all come together and learn our ocean values and heritage.
I got a question. Jimmy, did you guys ever, walk this piece of property and have a look at it?
We have,
Mm.
we walked along the Mackay side. The property is like, there's some really nice areas of it. And there's some.
Is
you
there a
know, there's
landing
lot of,
area
There's
for
a
the
lot of,
canoes?
there's a lot of lava.
Yeah, a lot of
A
lava.
lot of lava on the Mackay side, but as you walk down the beach, there's some nice,
Mhm.
there's like about a 2 acre parcel, maybe 2.5 acre parcel that has red dirt that's pristine for growing. Now,
Wow.
the property, it kind of goes up Mauka, so you're gonna get some elevation.
Yeah.
And it's encircles that Kanaloa,
Mhm.
you know, so there's that one area, it's pretty big chunk of property, but it's kind of cut up because there's the McKenna Stables. At the end, if you go to the end of the road, McKenna Stables is right there, so in the road goes in and then it stops, there's a big parking lot.
Yeah, I'm familiar about
And
where
then it gets the Hoapili,
yeah,
the Hoapili
trail.
Trail.
Yeah.
So, I mean, we can come back to you with a plan,
We'll finish.
kind of have a plan, so. But thank you.
You got any questions?
No, I'd like to, get a little bit more information detailed. And I know the ungulates is a big problem down there, the, goats and the deer.
Yeah.
And I know that there's some native species plants
Yeah,
that, don't have any care, but I think a more detailed, idea of what your guys' plan is would be very helpful to this commission.
absolutely.
Yeah, and,
It's definitely all outlined in the
Sure.
land
And-
use requests.
Yeah, I think I need to assign a certain individual to kind of work with you guys and get
That'd
the
be awesome.
details and then make recommendations as how we should proceed. Because, and I'm sure, part of it is gonna be consulting with the homesteaders out there
Right,
as to how they feel about what you guys are talking about.
yeah,
So that's very important.
yeah, and we can reach out to them as well.
Okay,
All right, thank you for your time.
Thank you for your time. Okay, next person, J16, Robin, Kili Noho Moku. I said that right. Close. Okay, Robin. You're up.
Aloha, everyone. Thank you for having me here. I wanted to go ahead and do a quick presentation. I do have, it's just a quick 5 piece PowerPoint. If I could be able to share screen.
Go ahead.
Okay, great. Are you able to see my screen?
Right here.
Are you able to see the screen?
Not yet, not yet.
No.
Robin.
Okay.
She
Let
knows.
me,
She's very good. So it's, I'm sure, so.
no, sorry.
You're sharing your monitor, but you want to share your PowerPoint, or are you trying to share a video?
I wanted to share the the PowerPoint that I had sent in for the minutes. Let me try to bring that up again. I apologize. Just give me a second. Sorry about that. Am I the last? I think I'm the last one, yeah.
Want to come back next month?
No. It'll be quick, really quickly. Okay, let me pull it up now. Mhm. There you go.
Oh, there you go.
Okay. Sorry about that.
No problem.
Uh, hmm. Well, you know what? I want to put it into a slide mode and I'm not.
He said it's on the top right. No, she's in there. Oh, there, right there.
There we
it is.
go. Got it. Okay. Thank you, you guys. Aloha mai. Thank you to Commissioner and everyone who's here today for allowing me this time to present. My name is Robin Lehuanani Kiali'i no Homoku. I am a applicant waitlist beneficiary, and the purpose of today's presentation is to introduce a newly incorporated nonprofit organization here in the state of Hawaii, Pulehunui Hawaiian Homestead Association. We were incorporated last month in December of 2024, and we incorporated with 4 board members, myself as president. You know, actually, we'll get to that point. Let me just go to the next slide. Our mission is for Pulehunui Hawaiian Homestead is to educate, empower, and engage Hawaiian homeland beneficiaries through farming, ranching, and economic activities that foster Native Hawaiian sovereignty, i.e. self-determination and self-governance in a culturally appropriate community-based way. So the area that we are working on, and this came up in previous commission hearings of the work that we are planning to do in the next few years. But the region in which our nonprofit organization will be working on and hopefully being able to work alongside with the department is the Pulehunui region map or region area. It is an ag designated area with light commercial and industrial commercial designation. The area that we will be working on or that Pulehunui incorporates is the 2 parcels, the Pulehunui North, the 184 acres, and across the way on the Mauka side of Haleakala, the Pulehunui South, the 646 acres, of which 100 acres are dedicated for light industrial use and 546 for agricultural use. These are our interim charter officers. Myself, as I mentioned earlier, Uncle Bobby Pahia. He is the vice president. He's also a very well-known kalo farmer in Hawaii, or actually in Maui, but in all of Hawaii, helping to support food security in Hawaii using indigenous plants. He is also a homelands beneficiary in living and residing in Waiahuli. Canoe McDonald is our secretary. She is a very active member of the department, and she is a Hawaiian Homes Commission advocate, beneficiary waitlister, and the councilwoman for the Sovereign Council of Hawaiian Homestead Association for Maui and Lanai. And our treasurer is Tema Watson. She's a 19-year nonprofit administrative advisor, a current Native Hawaiian small business owner, providing accounting and human resource services and consultation. So primarily, you know, this is really just the introduction of who we are and what we're doing, and to apprise the department of the organization of our nonprofit. And I do want to close with a Olelo No'eau, and I've used it before when the department came to Maui in November. He li'i ka'aina, he kaua ke kanaka, land is chief, and we are its servants. And I think it's important for us because I'm, you know, hearing a lot of information going on in the last couple of days. And I think if we really stay to knowing that we're just here for a moment in time, and we want to be good stewards of our lands. And that's it for my sharing for today. I appreciate your time. If you folks have any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
Any questions? Thank you very much. We appreciate your testimony.
Mahalo.
Okay, at this time, the commission is going to reconvene into an executive session pursuant to section 92-5A4 HRS to consult with its attorneys on questions and issues pertaining to the commission's powers, duties, and privileges, immunities, and liabilities in reference to a contested case hearing request that was made by Danielle Medeiros. And so we'll also have, you know, Danielle along with her representative to testify. But at this point, we're going to ask people not involved with that to clear the room. And so before we can move forward.
Chair, can I ask the AG, what's the purpose of this executive session? We already decided on the matter.
No, I'm recalling
Yesterday.
reconsideration.
We're calling for what?
Reconsideration. I want to give the people an opportunity to talk before the commission.
Okay.
Okay, can I have a motion for that? Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, all those in favor say aye. Those opposed, motion carried. Thank you. We're gonna have Danielle and let's see, Hiva here, Aku. And
Chair,
everybody else you guys gotta go outside.
Chair.
Potential witnesses.
Can we ask that parties, we need to talk to the AG. I'd like to talk to the AG about this situation over. We're asking for reconsideration. It has to be on a docket. There's a process for reconsideration.
All these people have come for today.
No, I
You got a question,
understand that,
you're gonna
Chair.
prevent them from testifying, right?
No, I'm not gonna prevent them. I'm just asking to speak with the AG on our duties and responsibilities.
Come on, guy. I mean, these guys are here, they want to talk, and I want to give them an opportunity to at least be heard. You want a question as to whether it's legal?
I want to question whether it is legal, yes.
Yeah, you guys are out.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I mean, we're gonna come
we're,
back.
we're plowing.
Yes.
Okay, Danielle, why don't you wait outside? Why don't you wait outside?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you too. You did not. That's all.
Dad running the car, okay?
Yeah.
Okay. Commissioner Sewell, then yours, mine's, and mine too.
Yeah.
Stand by, please.
Okay, the commission is reconvening from its executive session. The commission discussed its powers, duties, and liabilities related to the Madera's contested case hearing requests. Okay, so now what, I'll just say that. We wanted to first explain that this particular situation is a very difficult one because of the history, as well as the situation with people involved, especially considering how long you've been there, as well as the claims you're making. They were pretty complex, such that there's a lot of rules, laws, and advice that we've received from our Attorney General's office. But I believe this commission, in a desire to give you the opportunity to present your case, has basically reconsidered the original denial of your ability to present your case through a contested case hearing process. The commission feels that you should have that opportunity, but there is a process that we is set up whereby a hearings officer is appointed, and we do have a hearings officer that could hear this case. And then that particular individual, you get the opportunity to present your case, your witnesses, your documents, and what have you, in order to make your argument. Then at that point, you not only will have that opportunity, but the department will also, present its side. And then the hearings officer will make a findings of fact and conclusions of law, as well as a recommendation to this commission, which we can either adopt, reject, or, just move forward based on that recommendations, or maybe even amend it. But that is the decision of this commission, and it was unanimous that we do give you this opportunity to present your case before a hearings officer. Okay, and we will, because of the situation, expedite the process, give you the notice, and move forward in that process. So we will be contacting you, giving you information. We'll also give you the opportunity to get all the documents that maybe you didn't get. And then on your side, if you can maybe somehow find additional documents that can verify your claims and support it, then that probably will be helpful. I'm not gonna say that this is a pathway to maybe you getting a lease for that property. I'm not gonna promise you that. But it is a pathway to at least presenting your case and then getting a decision or a recommendation by the hearings officer. That's the normal route we go with the hearings officer. I was trying to expedite and just have you come direct to the commission, but this commission unanimously felt that we should go through the standard approach, which is a hearings officer. So we'll move forward on that. Do you have any questions?
How long does that normally take?
We'll send a notice out in the mail immediately or fairly quickly about the process to you. And then we'll identify a hearings officer that can handle your case and you can present. And then, there's certain, I guess, a process, maybe you can.
A notice of hearing will be issued within 15 days of the hearing. So I assume as soon as possible. And then we will identify the hearings officer, and then, so you'll have at least 15 days to notice of when the hearing will be scheduled, and it'll be here on Oahu, probably here in this room.
Okay. You have any other questions or not? Or
Can I just?
sure. You can state your name for the record.
Aloha, Mapuana, Tector. I also wear the hat for our Nanakuli Maili Neighborhood Board, and I'm the Hawaiian Affairs Chair, so I reached out to them. So the question would be, is it 15 days that they would have to respond, or 15 days that within that they would get a hearing?
Actually, you know, what, let me correct myself. We'll probably, the hearing officer that will be assigned will probably ask for a pre-hearing conference with both parties. So, we'll meet by Zoom and go over the case and what is expected of you and what is expected of the department. He'll also outline, the discovery period, which is when you'll have time to get your witness list and your exhibit list into me. And the same will go for the department. So the hearings officer will lay out the entire timeline. So you'll have a better idea of what is due when and when the hearing will occur.
Okay, you guys understand? So within the 15 days, just as she said, added documents if needed. Like if you had your Mo'oku Auhau data, also anything that's relevant to getting all your witnesses if need be. So let's just say they obtain all of that within the 15 days.
No. So we're gonna,
We just gotta
schedule a
wait.
pre-hearing conference.
Okay.
And the hearing officer will go into detail about what is required. He'll also go over, maybe retaining legal counsel to help you through the process. There will be a deadline that you and the other party will agree to get your exhibit lists in. And you'll agree to a date to get your witness lists in. So it'll all be clear.
Okay. Who's the attorney that's gonna be overseeing this? Is this with legal corp or?
No, we have independent
DJL?
hearings officers. for
You
the
have an
commission.
internal,
No, it's not internal. It's we bring in outside hearings officers.
okay,
Yeah, so they're somewhat independent rather than representing the department. They don't represent the department and they don't represent you. You're a hearings officer that come up with an impartial decision based on the evidence presented. And then that recommendation and findings is presented to this commission for action.
okay. Excellent. Is there any
You got
questions?
somebody wants to.
On the microphone, please.
Come on.
Yeah, after this hearing, she'll sit down and talk with you guys and give you more details
You had
and answer all
mentioned,
your questions.
you and the other party. Who is the other party exactly?
The department,
The department is the other party.
yeah. So, okay, you got any, like I said. Sure.
Thank you for explaining the commission's holding. I just wanted to mention that the parties did enter into a stipulation that would have accommodated for a hearing today, but given the commission's holding, I just wanted to note for the record that
okay.
just that it's gonna, I guess, given the holding,
gonna
we're
go
gonna
back.
withdraw the stipulation for
Right.
consideration.
Yeah.
Just wanted to state
Okay,
that.
that's a good point.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. Okay. Oh, we got somebody else. I mean, are you with them? Yeah, okay.
Aloha, Ariela Kili Benavides. So when they bring their witnesses, if their witnesses cannot come in person, what type of documents do they need to present?
We have Zoom. They can
Zoom.
They can testify.
Some of them in the areas where they live at, they don't have internet.
Oh.
So Zoom is not affordable to them. Is a legal document such as a notarized
An affidavit.
affidavit?
But I can go over
What's
that
the
with you
fight?
guys after. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, she can give you more detail. Okay.
And I do have one more. So even though my auntie was removed from the property, there's still like electric and water bills that she was still paying for because she was hoping to get back into the home. And like we just wanted to have a understanding if like should she still be taking care of those things? Because she has plants and all these other things there that she's hoping she can go back to. Take care of that.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to talk with legal, not legal, but enforcement on how we can address those issues. You know, the timing, it's gonna be obviously there's gonna be some time involved in getting a hearing, a decision, as well as presented to the commission, and then we deciding. So I think we're gonna have to maybe look at suspending the electricity and all the, you know, running
But the
fees.
water,
the water,
The
and
water
nobody's gonna be using it, other than
the
to
plant
maybe water the plant.
would die if it's not water.
Yeah.
We have multiple, we get planting plants, we got banana trees, fig tree, mango tree, mountain apple tree, guava trees. We got a lot of produce. The banana trees, two of them to harvest soon.
Okay, let me
How-
talk with our staff, and we try to figure out some way to deal with that.
Also, too, the washer and dryer was supposed to have been sent back. We paid up to January 5th, now it's incurring fees. And we tried to make arrangement with Jeremy.
Yeah.
Evidently it was made with the wrong location. So it's still incurring fees, so.
Yeah, let's talk about this thing, see if we can address them in a most effective way.
So let's just be homeless.
And yeah, that's the other part. Is there anything that you guys can do to assist them in the time being? Because they don't have a place to live. And we tried to put them up in certain places, but they were kind of giving them a timeline to this hearing to stay in the place where they're staying at right now.
Yeah, that's I don't know if CNHA has because of your age, they might have some rental subsidies, maybe tap into that source. I know we gave them a whole bunch of funds for and technically you are on the waiting list still. So I know we have a program with CNHA for rental assistance. So talk to CNHA. They're right, across the street. And see if they can help you with rental subsidies.
Council need foreign advancements. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, guys.
But do hang around. I do want to address, the water of your plants and stuff like that. Obviously I don't want to see the thing die and all that. So, but like I said, this commission is giving you an opportunity to have a contested case here where you can present your evidence. And I'm not going to guarantee you, guarantee you're going to get a lease, but you'll at least have an opportunity to present your side of it. And then we'll decide based on the hearings officer's recommendation. So do present a good case to the hearings officer. I would strongly recommend if you can get legal counsel.
We tried and nobody was available to take us, even with Native Hawaiian Legal Corp.
Yes.
And we can't really afford one. So we reached out to a bunch of places constantly.
Even legally.
Yeah.
Okay, well, continue to try, you just persevere. So, but I do thank you guys for coming down, including your family and the witnesses. It's not a good situation for all of us, and hopefully we can find a solution that I don't think everybody's gonna like it, but at least we're moving forward and trying to resolve it rather than just you guys in suspense as to what are your rights. So we're trying to give you the opportunity to assert your rights, and then give you a forum where we can make decisions rather than getting kicked out of court.
My auntie also just wants to have it on the record that when we did go back into our home to get some of our belongings, there was things stolen out of the house, like their TV and other things. But we did tell Jeremy about it. So if the property can just be better secured, because people from the neighborhood are going into the house.
The property and taking things, a lot of stuff is
Yeah.
missing.
Okay, I'll talk to staff about that also. We need to accommodate maybe your access to go in and get, whatever valuables you can secure and protect.
We also had kitties that was locked in the garage area. That, I don't know, we got kitties and animals that died on the property that were not there. And so that was a concern for us on our animals.
Yeah.
There were two kittens, two cats that did die. And then there were kitties inside them that let us know that they were still in there. I don't know if they came out. I don't know the circumstances because we weren't able to get back in.
Okay, well, that's some more things we gotta talk about and see if we can find a solution. So do hang around. I do want to talk with my staff and you folks as to these issues you've raised. Then I do want to thank the commission And, trying to look for a solution, and that's what we're trying to do here. And they got certain fiduciary responsibilities, not to just you folks, but the people on our waiting list and, just the management of the trust. It's very challenging. They don't get paid and, all of them are getting more white hairs and probably losing some years of life in their life expectancy, but we try to do the best we can. And so I don't want to be funny here, it's because this really isn't a funny situation. So let's try to work forward and look for a solution. And I thank you guys for coming today. Aloha. Okay. We've come to the end of our agenda. Mahalo for participating. Next month's regular meeting is scheduled for February 18th and 19th, 2025, a Tuesday and Wednesday here at Halepono'i, starting at 9:30. Next month's community meeting will be here in Kapolei at the Kapolei Middle School. We look forward to seeing you all again soon. Mahalo, we are adjourned.
Thank you, Chair.